It's working, yes? Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning all. I hope you had a great dinner last night and this morning.
We cannot hear you.
Try now. Now it's on. Try.
Hello, hello. Fantastic.
Like interrogation.
Good morning, everyone.
Stop.
If you'd all take your seats, we're about to commence. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats for a video message from WDSF President Mr. Sean Tay.
Welcome, delegates and officials, to the 2023 WDSF Annual General Meeting. I'm truly delighted that we can finally have our AGM in person this year. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to our Spanish member body for graciously hosting this event in the enchanting city of Madrid. I would also like to thank the WDSF staff for their dedication and hard work to put together this AGM. We have several important matters to address during the AGM, and I'm confident that each one of you will cast your votes in support of the best solutions that will propel WDSF forward as an esteemed Olympic sports federation. Although I regrettably cannot be present with you all today, I have complete confidence in your ability to conduct an exceptionally productive meeting. Together, we will excel as an Olympic IF with our long-awaited debut at the prestigious Paris Olympic Games in 2024. I want to emphasize that the Presidium and the Breaking Event Management Committee are dedicating tremendous efforts to prepare an impressive showcase of DanceSport to the world next year. Let us work together and transform this vision into a resounding reality, paving the way for our other disciplines. Thank you to all of you for being here today and for your dedication to DanceSport. I wish you a fruitful and inspiring AGM.
On behalf of the President, Mr. Sean Tay, whose video address you have just heard, I will be chairing this meeting as First Vice President in accordance with WDSF Statutes Article 11.1, and I will conduct the meeting to the end except for specific reports and elections with the assistance of the Managing Committee and Presidium members. As you heard, President Tay has shared his disappointment and sincere apologies at not being able to personally attend this annual general meeting. I confirm that unless there are any objections, in the interests of transparency and accountability, this meeting will be recorded and live streamed worldwide. Dear friends, dear colleagues, I now ask you all to please stand for the playing of the WDSF anthem. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to officially call the 2023 WDSF Annual General Meeting to order at 10:08 a.m. Please accept my and the Presidium's very warm welcome to this first in-person AGM since 2019. I have no doubt that we've all been enjoying a new degree of normal in recent months. On behalf of the entire WDSF Presidium, as the only new Olympic federation accepted into Paris 24, which is being considered for LA 28, I specifically welcome all delegates, our associate member, the World Rock and Roll Confederation, honorary members and accredited guests, including members of the breaking event management team who provided impressive and passionate presentations in yesterday's WDSF forum, to Max, MG and Sweet Lou, who now join Bojan as the head of the breaking team and our full voting Presidium member. We have all travelled from all over the world to this 2023 WDSF Annual General Meeting, and I have absolutely no doubt that we all want the very best for dance sport. Today, I once again especially thank Mr. Luis Vaño, the President and the Committee of the Spanish Dance Sport Federation, for kindly hosting our meetings, and thank you sincerely for a wonderful and impressive Spanish dinner last night in this beautiful host city of Madrid. I also extend on your behalf our sincere thanks to Mr. Alejandro Blanco, the President of the Spanish Olympic Committee, for allowing us yesterday to use the amazing facilities of the Spanish National Olympic Committee for the WDSF Forum presentations. We now have a wonderful opportunity and we present two very special video messages. The first is from Mr. David Lukes, the Associate Director, Summer Sports and IF Relations of the International Olympic Committee. After his address, and with the permission of the IOC, we will, for the benefit of new members and guests worldwide, be replaying the video message from Thomas Bach, the IOC President, which he provided to our general meeting in October last year.
Firstly, to introduce myself, I am David Lucas, the Associate Director of Sport and IF Relations at the IOC. It's a pleasure to be able to address you today, and apologies that we cannot join you in person, although on behalf of the IOC, we wish you a fruitful and productive AGM. We remain very happy with the working relationship established between WDSF and the IOC over the years, and wish to extend our congratulations on reaching this point nearly 1 year away from the staging of the Olympic Games in Paris. We're excited to see the debut of breaking at the Olympic Games in the historic location of Place de la Concorde, which aims to build on the success of the Buenos Aires Youth Olympic Games in 2018. In recent years, the WDSF has taken great steps forward in line with Olympic Agenda 2020+5, including development and delivery of a fair and transparent qualification system to ensure the best athletes are able to compete in Paris 2024, development of robust safeguarding policies and procedures, outsourcing of anti-doping programs to the ITA, continuous development and evolution of effective judging systems, and the implementation of an ethics code of conduct. As such, we thank you for implementing principles of good governance, for defending the autonomy of sport and strengthening the unity of the Olympic movement. In the current complex global landscape, this is particularly important, and we are very appreciative of the efforts made by WDSF in supporting and implementing the IOC Executive Board recommendation regarding the participation of individual neutral athletes with a Russian or a Belarusian passport. Whilst we understand the complexity of applying the recommendations across all the dance sport disciplines, in challenging times like this, unity is fundamental for the future of global sport. Across other sports, we have witnessed that a neutral return for athletes can be done, and we encourage WDSF to continue the great work done so far to find the most suitable return for the individual neutral athletes with a Russian or a Belarusian passport. The overwhelming majority of the community understands this challenging situation for sport and supports our middle ground approach, which has been expressed many times from the Olympic movement, but also more recently, the G7 summit. You can count on the continued open dialogue and support of the IOC throughout this process. In summary, we pass on our thanks for being strong partners and for the significant amount of work you put in supporting the Olympic movement, notably Sean, Tony, Sergei, Bojin, and all your teams. We therefore very much look forward to continue to build on our excellent relationship as we enter the final preparation phases of Paris 2024 and the planning for Dakar 2026 Youth Olympic Games, as well as the wider implementation of Olympic Agenda 2020+5. Many thanks for your attention, and I wish you all the best for the rest of the AGM.
Dear President of the World Dance Sport Federation, Mr. Sean Tay, and now I can truly say, dear Olympic friends. As you gather for your General Assembly, I would like to once again extend a heartfelt welcome to all of you for joining our community of Olympic sport federations. When breaking makes its Olympic debut at the Olympic Games Paris 2024, you will write Olympic history. What is more, when your athletes will shine on the Olympic stage, they will bring a youthful energy to the Olympic Games, showcasing your sport and your community at its best. Excellence in sport and inspiring moments of respect, solidarity, and sportsmanship. I still remember watching the breaking competition at the Youth Olympic Games Buenos Aires 2018. And like so many other spectators, I was simply blown away by the amazing performance of the B-girls and B-boys. Experiencing the enthusiasm of the crowds, the creative energy and spectacular performance of the athletes made it crystal clear. Breaking is ready for the Olympic stage. This is why I would like to congratulate everyone at the World Dance Sport Federation under the leadership of your President Sean Tay for everything you're doing to embrace change and modernize your sport. Working in partnership with the IOC, you have not missed a beat in making Olympic Agenda 2020+5 a reality. From promoting gender equality on and off the dance floor, to ensuring the joy of dance sport reaches ever more and younger people, to innovating your sport with new formats, like you're doing with the Olympic Qualifier Series, to strengthening governance. These and so many other examples show dance sport is fully committed to a path of modernization and progress. Your General Assembly is therefore a great chance to set the course for the future of dance sport, to the Olympic Games Paris 2024 and beyond. And you have every reason to look ahead with great confidence. As your athletes show us, we can only go faster, aim higher, become stronger if we dance together. Our partnership is a perfect illustration of this, our new Olympic motto: faster, higher, stronger, together. In this Olympic spirit, I am extending the hand of the Olympic movement to all of you at the World Dance Sport Federation to work together for a better world through sport.
I thank David Lucas from the IOC on his video address. I also sincerely thank the IOC and President Bach for his visionary support as expressed in his video address. As he said, WDSF has not missed a beat, and together we can do a lot. I remind you that it was the late, great Juan Antonio Samaranch, of course another Spaniard, as president of the IOC, who strongly supported the entry of dance sport to the Olympic movement. Dear all, I am delighted and extremely proud to announce that we now have 2 of our current Presidium members who have been elected to their national Olympic committees. And I ask them to stand. Sincere congratulations to Mr. Charles Ferreira as a member of the French National Olympic Committee and Mr. Anthony Chisik as a member of the Polish National Olympic Committee. Will you please stand? As you can see, WDSF has deep linkages and deep support within the Olympic movement. At yesterday's forum, we spoke about beyond the dance floor and from dreams to reality. I now add additional thoughts for today's meeting with the words of famous German philosopher Goethe, who said, "Whatever you can do or dream you can, begin it. Boldness has genius, power, and magic in it." As background, and as mentioned at yesterday's forum, one of the very clear goals of WDSF has been to develop all dance sport disciplines to their fullest potential. As part of this goal, though, we must acknowledge that change is a constant in life and in sport, and we must all adapt and evolve to meet the current challenges and any opportunities we are presented with. We should all also reflect, though, that over many decades, our officers, our federation, which is now called the World Dance Sport Federation, and our national member bodies also dreamt, held the vision, and worked very hard that we could one day be a recognised IOC federation and succeed in achieving what appeared to be the impossible goal of introducing a dance discipline onto the program of the Summer Olympic Games. In 1997, we finally did receive recognition from the IOC as the peak worldwide dance sport federation. Today, as a truly worldwide sports federation with members and competitions on all continents, we continue to be the only peak dance sport body in the world which is WADA compliant, and our recent significant contract with the International Testing Agency, as required by the IOC, helps us to confirm our position. In 2016, as a reliable partner of the IOC, we were then asked to introduce the discipline of breaking into the 2018 Youth Olympic Games in Argentina. As you know, it was a significant but indeed visionary investment, and one where we can gladly fulfill this request from the IOC. After the huge success of the breaking events at these Youth Olympic Games in Argentina, we were accepted and rewarded by the IOC in December 2021 to look after the entry of breaking into the Summer Olympic Games of Paris 24. We also recognise and greatly appreciated the strong support of the French National Olympic Committee on the introduction of breaking to Paris 2024. In late 2021, we successfully and jointly created with the IOC a detailed continental and world qualifying system which allows for the new and exciting Olympic qualifier series to assist in choosing the 16 B-boys and 16 B-girls to compete at Paris 2024. For the first time ever, a truly international structure was created just for breaking. This system including the Breaking for Gold ranking series, which has been a tremendous success. In addition, in just last year and this year, we partnered and we introduced, or we are introducing, breaking to the 2022 World Games in Birmingham, Alabama, the 2022 WDSF World Breaking Championships in Korea, the 2023 European Olympic Games in Poland, the 2023 Pan American Games in Chile, the 2023 Esports Series in Singapore, the 2023 Asian Games in China, the 2023 WDSF World Breaking Championships in Belgium, the 2023 Oceania Breaking Championships in Australia, the 2024 New Olympic Qualifier Series to be held in 3 international cities on 3 continents, the 2025 Special Olympics in Italy, and the 2026 Youth Olympic Games in Senegal. We have also been negotiating with the International Paralympic Committee to take over the governance of para-DanceSport and their Latin and standard disciplines. We hope to have a draft agreement for consideration by members later this year. And now, we continue to dream, but with our eyes wide open, about keeping a dance discipline in LA 28 and then Brisbane 32. I can confirm from our latest media analysis research that in the last 12 months in Messenger covering Facebook, Instagram and WhatsApp, there were 1,030,900,000 people who indicated an interest in the term dance sport. I can also confirm that there are currently over 40 million followers specifically for breaking, of which 12 million are in China, 16 million in India, and 16 million in the rest of the world. In this respect, I advise the latest developments in achieving this next major goal of seeking entry for breaking as a medal sport to the Summer Olympic Games of LA 28. I am sure that we all appreciate that most of the 9 disciplines which were provided the privilege of making a submission for entry to LA 28 will not be successful. Recently, we also understand that LA 28 has made its recommendations known to the IOC Program Commission for consideration. We understand that the IOC Program Commission will schedule a meeting in September of this year to make their final recommendation to the IOC Executive Board for which additional sports, and there will not be many, should be considered for inclusion for LA 28. The IOC Executive Board will then make their recommendation to the 140th IOC session to be held in Mumbai, India, between October 15 to 17 this year. We believe that our submissions were strong, well-researched, compelling, passionate, and hopefully breaking will be recommended for inclusion into LA 28. But of course, when we are again seeking to keep a dance discipline in the Olympics, nothing can be certain. I now place our dreams, our efforts, our strategies, and our past and future visions into context for members. Let there be no doubt, and I say again that it originally appeared to be impossible to gain the entry of any dance discipline into the Summer Olympic Games. But it is now essential that we all work hard and collaboratively to keep a dance discipline in future Olympic Games. If we succeed, then breaking may remain in the Olympic program. I say to you all that the evolution and the development of breaking with our support, organisation, structure, knowledge, expertise, love of dance sport, and compliance record with the IOC as an Olympic Games medal event has in no way diminished WDSF's goal to develop all dance sport disciplines to their fullest potential. Rather, we believe that this goal has been enhanced for all athletes, all disciplines, and for all member bodies which benefit from your prestigious recognition from national Olympic committees and national governments, which may also include funding. There is also no doubt that breakers and breaking have significantly benefited from working collaboratively with WDSF as the IOC recognised sports federation to ensure that the Paris 24 breaking events will be a huge success for all. As many of you know, the initial 2 rounds of ticket sales for the breaking events at Paris 24 have been outstanding, nothing short of an amazing success. With the tremendous support of national member bodies and your very brave and visionary annual general meeting decisions supporting dance sport to become an Olympic sport, we have been incredibly successful, and we have continued to build on the last 66 years of our existence. I believe that WDSF, as the world governing body for all dance sports, will work to ensure, involve and develop all disciplines to their full potential. No one must be left behind, whether it is left behind, standard, rock and roll, disco, hip and smooth, salsa, synchro and stage, irrespective if any other disciplines are ever able to enter. Any other disciplines are. One of the most recent successes for Latin and standard, one of the most recent heard that WDSF has been able to secure the agreement of the Olympic Channel, which WDSF has been able to secure the agreement of the Olympic Channel as the 2023 WDSF World Dance Sport Championships in Standard, as well as the Grand Slam Latin and Standard being conducted in Wuxi, China in July this year. This will help to bring Latin and Standard to the world, with the power of the IOC and the Olympic Channel distribution. So delighted to confirm that WDSF has again been privileged and selected by the IOC to enter into an agreement with the IOC and Ubisoft to present the launch of Just Dance 3, being only one of 10 Olympic federations to participate in the first eSport Olympic Series, which is being held in Singapore on the 23rd and 24th of June, in the next 2 weeks, essentially. The developments are incredibly exciting, and we have no doubt that there will be many more to come. After this brief overview, which I have just delivered, I will now commence the formal part of proceedings and confirm that for this AGM to be effective, all proxies and all nominations must be lodged before the meeting. I also confirm that according to Article 23 of the WDSF statutes, the meeting will always be conducted in English. I ask delegates to make sure they go to the microphone at the front of the room to speak, and to speak loudly and slowly. If delegates wish to speak or ask questions, the most time-efficient way is to do this by actually lining up at the microphone so that I can fairly acknowledge you in the correct order. For your information, the bathrooms are located outside the entry door to the left. Please be aware that we will monitor all entries and exits from the meeting as the votes will continue to change, and I will advise if significant votes require different percentages for simple and 2/3 majorities. I definitely do not intend to constantly update you when delegates go to the bathroom. I now confirm that we will have a short coffee break at 11:30 for 15 minutes. At 11:45 we will recommence the meeting, and we will stop at 1 o'clock for lunch until 2. We will have a second coffee break at 4 until 4:15. I ask you all to remain focused and professional and time efficient as possible, as we must finish this AGM by 6 p.m. or hopefully earlier, so that this room can be set up for our WDSF dinner tonight, which commences at 8 p.m. Thank you for your very kind attention. Dear all, we now move on to item 2, report of the convocation of meeting and the submission of motions. The WDSF General Secretary convened this annual general meeting by notice in writing to all member bodies by electronic mail dated 14th of January 2023. And in accordance with Article 10.1 and 10.2 of the WDSF statutes, this agenda included the express request, according to Article 10.3 of the WDSF statutes, that motions for the agenda must be submitted to the General Secretary in writing, by mail, facsimile transmission, or email not later than 3 months before the general meeting. That is the 12th of March 2023, and accompanied by a brief background statement by the proposer explaining the reason for the proposed intended effect of the motion. By an email dated 10th of April, the WDSF General Secretary sent the agenda for this annual general meeting to all WDSF member bodies and others according to the WDS articles in Article 10.4 of the WDSF statutes, with the link to docbox.com, where all members' motions and presidium motions were available for perusal and download. I ask the meeting if there are any formal objections or legal questions regarding the procedures required to lawfully convene this annual general meeting according to the WDSF statutes. Are there any objections from the floor? As I can see no objections, I declare that this annual general meeting is duly convened. Thank you. We now move on to item 3, the roll call and ascertainment of votes, and I call on the WDSF General Secretary to inform delegates on the number of members attending this annual general meeting. Mr. Nefontov.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Currently, we have 53 national member bodies, which corresponds to 106 votes, and 9 proxies with corresponding 18 votes. 1 associate member body represented with 2 votes, 2 honorary life members with 2 votes, 1 each. Total number of votes 128, with a simple majority 65 and 2/3 majority of 85 votes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nefontov. I also advise that specific information regarding the definitions of voting and voting majorities, which govern the voting process in WDSF's annual general meetings, as set out in the WDSF statutes, have been provided to all members on page 32 of the e-booklet. So if you have any questions or you want to look at how those majorities work, I refer you to page 32. I now assume that all voting delegates have received their voting materials. If not, please let me know. Okay, thank you very much. I specify that Article 11.5 of the WDSF statutes provides that voting should be by show of hands, unless 1/3 of the delegates present request a secret ballot. I confirm that with these total votes represented, the 2023 WDS AGM is actually duly convened, as at least 1/4 of the members were present represented by delegates or proxies under 11.2 of the WDSF statutes. We move on to item 4, recognition and special welcomes. I would like to recognise WDSF Honorary Member Mr. Heinz Speker. Heinz, will you stand? WDSF Honorary Member Mr. Jim Fraser. President of the World Rock and Roll Confederation, Miriam Kirpan-Isaac. WDSF Professional Division Chair, Verena Sulek. The President of DanceSport Europe, Mr. Robert Votter. The President of DanceSport Asia, Mr. Crossan Yin Guochun. I also welcome and recognise new presidents of national member bodies in alphabetical order. Armenia, President Georgi Babayan. Not present, okay. Ireland, President Kenzia Yanchenkova. I apologise if I haven't pronounced that correctly. No, not present. Japan, President Mr. Yukihiko Nonomura. Not present, but they are new presidents of our federations. Excused from this meeting, as you know, Mr. Sean Tay, the WDSF President Singapore, Mr. Lucas Hinder, Honorary Life President from Switzerland, Ms. Patricia Go, Presidium Member from Canada, Mr. Vasily Gliga, the Presidium Member from Romania, and Mr. Peter Maxwell, the Honorary Life President of the WDSF PD. Now, I do not believe that we have missed any persons. If there are, no? Anyone missed? Okay. And in fact, now we come to that time of the meeting, I am not aware of anyone who having passed away during the last 12 months. Is there anyone that we need to specifically recognise as passing in the last 12 months? I hear no one, so thank you very much. I now move on to item 5, the approval of the agenda, and I call on James Fraser, our Vice President of Legal Affairs, to advise on urgency motions from the Presidium.
Thank you, Mr. Taleni. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Dear colleagues, as a courtesy, the Presidium advises that due to the omissions of elections for the Ethics Committee and the election for the Disciplinary Council on the agenda as circulated, motions of urgency will be presented after the members' motions by the WDSF Presidium. And accordingly, Ms. Tokye will now move motions to amend the agenda according to the, now move motions to amend the agenda according to the slide being shown to you by the General Secretary. If there is no discussion, those are my motions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, sorry. Do you want to run the vote? Or?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. You're the chair.
Ladies and gentlemen, all those in favour of this motion, can you please put your green cards up? So who is in favour of this motion? Thank you. Who is against this motion? Your red cards up. Are there any abstentions? None? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It was unanimous. The motion is passed. I now ask for the approval of the amended full agenda as recommended. Can I ask you to show your green cards to approve the amended agenda? Sorry? Is there a question?
Sorry. My question is, Portugal has a motion that, if approved, interferes with financial regulation. And the Presidium has a financial regulation motion. My question is it possible to discuss at the same time Portugal motion with the financial regulation motion from the Presidium? It's different, but because it might interfere so my question is if it's possible to change it.
Could I speak with the delegate from Portugal at the break? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we have a motion to approve the amended WDSF agenda. I ask, who is in favour of the motion to approve the amended agenda? Green cards up. Who is against the motion to approve the amended agenda? Red cards up. None. Are there any abstentions? Passed unanimously. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now we move on to item 6, the allocation of time. According to long practice of WDSF annual general meetings, the meetings decides at the beginning of the annual general meeting that it is the right of each delegate to take the floor to raise questions and comments. But there must be a balance between the right for as many people as possible to be able to discuss matters and the necessity to finish all the meeting's business within the limited time available. I propose that delegates can, as the mover of the motion, speak up to 5 minutes on a subject. Each delegate may only speak once to a motion for a maximum of up to 3 minutes, and then the mover of the motion has the right to respond by speaking for a maximum of a further 3 minutes at the end of the debate. I now would like to move that motion. Who is in favour of that motion on the allocation of time? Green cards, please. Who is against this motion? Red cards, please. Are there any abstentions? Unanimous. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The motion is passed. I have a second motion now. I confirm that Elena Hua, who is WDSF's Head of IOC Compliance and National Member Body Services, will be the timekeeper. And she will ring to let you know when you have 30 seconds left to speak. Unless there's some discussion, who is in favour of this motion? Put your green cards up. Who is against this motion? Red cards up. Any abstentions? Thank you. Unanimously approved. Now, I have item 7 as the next item on the agenda. It's the appointment of the recording secretary for the minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the meeting appoint Sergei Nifontov as recording secretary for the minutes.
Do we have any other nominations? If not, who is in favour of this motion to approve Mr. Nifontov to write the minutes? Who is against this motion? Any abstentions? Unanimous. Thank you. I now move on to item 8, appointment of scrutineers. I call on Jeffrey Van Merkerk.
This is my motion.
Thank you, Jeffrey. We are nominating the following persons to count votes when necessary to determine the outcome of a motion or election. There are 4 scrutineers, and just in case something happens to one of the 4 scrutineers, we have 2 reserves. The nominations that we have are George Kwan, Pinky Wong, Ionut Petro, and Anna Di Grande. Do we have any other nominations? If not, can I please have you put up your cards if you are in favour of this motion? Thank you. Who is against this motion? Are there any abstentions? Thank you. Now, we have the 2 reserves. The 2 reserves are Roman Borodov and Patrick Tibaldi. Who is in favour of the motion to appoint the 2 reserves? Thank you. Who is against? Abstentions. Thank you. Both motions were passed unanimously. We're up to item 9, confirmation of the minutes of the 2022 WDSF Extraordinary General Meeting, which was held on October 30th, 2022. The minutes of the 2022 WDSF Extraordinary General Meeting were distributed to all members on Saturday, 31st of December 2022. The General Secretary's Office received no objections or any other comments to these minutes as circulated. Jim?
I move that this meeting approve the EGM 2022 minutes without amendment.
If there's no discussion, who is in favour of this motion? Green cards, thank you. Who is against this motion? Are there any abstentions? Thank you, unanimous. Now I move on to item 10. We are going to use a different procedure this year. We're actually going to go through the various reports in order, including the financial reports, and we are going to approve each report for the Managing Committee individually. And then what's going to happen is the rest of the reports from, I believe it's item 15 to 34, which are the rest of the Commission reports, we are going to give everyone the opportunity of raising questions or queries on each report, but we're not going to waste time by individually moving votes on each of those reports. At the end of that last report, we are going to approve them en globo together if the meeting agrees with that. Are people happy that we use that process? I can see no objections. So, item number 10, the President's Report, Sean Tay. I ask, are there any questions on this report?
I move acceptance of the report.
Who is in favour of this motion? Who is against this motion? Are there any abstentions? Unanimous. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We now move on to item 11, the General Secretary's Report, Sergei Nifontov. I ask, are there any questions on this report? As there are none,
I move to accept this report.
thank you, Miriam. Can I have you vote? All those in favour of accepting the report? Thank you. All those against? Are there any abstentions? Unanimous. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We move on to the Vice President for Sport and Sports Commission report, Mr. Nenad Jeftik. I ask, are there any questions on this report? If not, I believe that Lior will provide a motion. Thank you, Lior. Lior Belenki from Israel. If there's no discussion, who is in favour of this motion? Who is against this motion? Are there any abstentions? Thank you, unanimous. I now come on to my report as First Vice President and Vice President for Finance and Finance Commission. I refer you to pages 62 to 89 of the new e-booklet for all my reports as First Vice President and Vice President for Finance, which you will find on pages 62 to 75. The 2022 WDSF audited financial statements, the revised budget for 23, the provisional budget for 24, and the provisional budget for 25 are on pages 76 to 89. So now we move on to the first item, and after discussions, we've decided that we are going to need a motion for each of these items. The first one relates to the accounts and financial affairs, the balance sheet as at 31st of December 2022, and the income and expenditure account from pages 77 to 84. Now, What I would say to the meeting is that, as you know, WDSF invested a great deal before COVID in order to expand the scope and what we actually work with the Olympic movement. And we have been successful. So we deliberately used our capital, we have invested in growing the sport, and now we're starting to replenish our capital. We've already had 2 years with surpluses in excess of 200,000 a year. We are now predicting another surplus of close to 250,000, and the following year we're predicting surpluses of 400-odd thousand, but 2025 is too far out, so at the moment we're projecting a deficit of 34,000. So, with regards to the accounts and audited balance sheet, I ask if there are any questions on this report. If there are none, I ask, I believe the delegate from Canada, Sandy Britton, will be moving this motion. Sandy? Ah, there you are. Thank you. So the motion has been moved. Is there any discussion on this motion? All those in favour of the motion? All those against the motion? Are there any abstentions? There are 4 abstentions, is that correct? Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Overwhelmingly approved. The next one, 13.2, the auditor's report, can be found on page 76. I can say to you that every year the auditor does look at what we do and how we do it, and if they have concerns, they are required and legally obligated to raise those concerns with the annual general meeting. No concerns have been raised and no concerns are reported in the auditor's report. I ask, are there any questions on the report from the auditors? If there are no questions, can I have all those in favour of the report? Okay, and the motion this time was from Mr. Fraser. All those against the motion? No one? Are there any abstentions? 2, I believe. Thank you. Overwhelmingly approved. Item 13.3, adoption of the Financial Examiner's Report, and I call on Professor Dr. Kiyotaka Ozaki to come and deliver the report. Thank you.
Distinguished delegate of WDSF, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to submit 2023 Financial Examiner Report to General Meeting. I have carefully examined a balance sheet, income statement, and cash movement report. The deficit, which has persisted since 2015, has become larger due to COVID-19. Thanks to cost reductions and grant from IOC, the situation turned better from 2021. Net assets accordingly recover to pre-COVID-19 levels. We believe that this is largely due to the cooperation of WDSF National Member Federation. From 2023, surplus of WDSF is expected to improve further due to income from WDSF granting fee, sponsorship fee, marketing, IOC Road to Paris grants, and IOC development funds. I report to you with confidence that these financial statements are complete orderly, clearly, and accurate. This is remarkable achievement by all your federation, president member, and in particular, Mr. Tori Tirani, Vice President for Finance. I would like to thank you all for your cooperation and valuable contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kiyotaka. And I'd like to personally thank Kiyotaka, who diligently looks at the cash flow statements, which we actually produce virtually every month, and who diligently reviews the financial affairs of WDSF. And I can guarantee, if he is concerned, he's not shy. He might be Japanese, but he's not shy, okay? So, can I have a motion?
It's my motion to adopt the financial examiner's report.
Can I have those who are in favour of this motion? All those who are against this motion? Any abstentions? Unanimous. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I now move to the adoption of the 23 revised budget, and I point out that the 23, the 24, and the 25 budgets are on the same pages, pages 85 to 89 of the wonderful new e-booklet that was put together by the WDSF office and Mr. Nafontov. So, with the 2023 revised budget, are there any questions? If there are no questions, can I have a motion?
It is my motion to accept this.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear all those in favour of this motion? All those against? Any abstentions? I think that was unanimous, or did I miss someone? No, that was unanimous, thank you. The 2024 WDSF provisional budget. I ask again, are there any questions or discussions regarding the 24 provisional budget? As there are none, I ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the meeting accept and adopt the 2024 WDSF provisional budget.
All those in favour of that motion? All those against the motion? Any abstentions? Unanimous, I believe. We now move to the adoption of the 2025 provisional budget, item 13.6. Are there any questions on the 2025 provisional budget? If not, I ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that this meeting adopt the 2025 WDSF provisional budget as presented.
Can I have all those in favour of this motion? All those against this motion? Any abstentions? Thank you. The motion is unanimously passed. We now move on to item 13.7, appointment of the auditor. I ask for a motion to approve the reappointment of Baker and Norton Fiduciary SA based in Lausanne unless there are any other proposals. Are there any other proposals? If not, can I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, it's my motion.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, all those in favour of that motion? All those against the motion? Any abstentions? Thank you, unanimous. We now move on to the Vice President for Legal Affairs report. I ask, are there any questions? I see none, and so therefore I ask for a motion.
I move a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Jeftik. Can I ask, who is in favour of this motion? Who is against? Abstentions?
One.
Oh, thank you. All right. Oh, of course, you've got a conflict of interest. Never mind. I'll just pretend I knew that.
You knew that.
The report is sort of unanimously approved.
It is unanimously approved.
Okay, it's unanimously approved. God, these lawyers, honestly.
Abstentions are not counted.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. So, again I say, unless there are any objections, the rest of the reports from item 15 to 34 will be considered individually to allow members to ask questions. But I do intend to accept the reports as a block at the end in one motion. As there are no reports for the Athletes Commission and the Disciplinary Council, we do not intend or need to approve those two agenda items. So, I move on to item 15, the Vice President for Development and Development Commission's report. Are there any questions of Anthony Critchick? No. If there are none, can I ask from the floor for a motion? Who will give me a motion to approve the report of the Vice President for Development? Thank you very much. That's Habib from Lebanon. Sorry, you're right. We're going together. I apologise.
Yeah.
I should change my running sheet. Item 16, Vice President for Communications. Are there any questions of this report? There are none, thank you. Item 17, Vice President for Marketing. Any questions? Thank you. That's Thabo from South Africa.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on my end, my points are more on a comment. I'm not questioning the reports, but it's merely a concern that similarly, the report that we've given each and every year, you can look into your e-booklets from 2022 to date. The same comments are appearing to say that these reports, they look similar. And therefore, we don't see any work done in this department. I therefore going to recommend that, Chair, through you, that the House or the Marketing Division look into putting together a marketing commission where we can, all of us who are subject matter experts, contribute and help them, and also most probably work into appointing a sport marketing agency, because at the rate that we are going, I don't see us going anywhere, because we are busy every year seeing the same report that looks like a copy and paste. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Thabo. I would suggest to you, if you compare the 2022 marketing report to the 2023 marketing report, they're pretty different. What you could have said is you could have criticised me because my report's pretty similar, but then again, it's a financial report. So I acknowledge what you're saying is a legitimate issue. The reality is that we do need to do something about marketing. The difficulty that we have had in the past is that we haven't had the financial resources to do it. I can say to you that we're currently in the process of considering an appointment for somebody to run the marketing from a professional organisation, and the opportunities for WDSF are huge. So yes, we acknowledge that what you're saying is accurate. This has not been an easy thing to do. We have had to delay and delay and delay spending money on certain areas because we are a small federation with a small number of employees. Unlike the smallest federation, I believe, in the IOC, I think is table tennis, they have 88 employees. We have 8, but they do 10 times the work. So thank you very much for your comments. Right, we now move on to the report of the Disciplinary Council, but there is no chair, so there is no report. That's item 18. Item 19, the report of the WDSF Membership Commission. Are there any questions of this report? Thank you, Thabo.
Chair, in 2022, a correspondence was shared with the South African delegation in a sense of the investigation that was held against. Chair, we are just wondering if this investigation was also shared with a particular commission. And also, our concern is that in our correspondence with the commission, more specifically the lead being the sports and membership commission, we do not receive any correspondences whatsoever. I'm wondering why is it not reflecting on this report, and is the membership aware of such investigations against South Africa? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honestly, I don't think that this is actually a question for membership report regarding this. So I can ask, there were correspondents according to my knowledge, but I can ask Mr. Vice President for Legal Affairs, Jim Fraser, to answer.
There has been correspondence with South Africa. However, it is fair to say that the entire Presidium was disturbed by the situation that arose under law in South Africa with respect to the use of the name DanceSport and the loss by the South African member of the trademark for that name. We did not receive any satisfactory responses at all, and in the end, we informed the South African member that we would retain independent counsel in South Africa and that WDSF would take over the question of resuming the litigation to make sure that we can use the trademark name DanceSport in South Africa. We have since retained the law firm of Spoor and Fisher in Pretoria, and I am in regular correspondence with them. I can inform the South African member after the meeting.
Oh, thank you very much if that's the case. We were not aware of such. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thabo. I now move on to the report of the Associate Member, the World Rock and Roll Confederation. Are there any questions of this report? I see none, so we will move on. The WDSF Adjudicators Commission, item 21. Are there any questions on this report? Thabo, yes.
Chair, our point on this report is more specifically around what has been communicated based on the latest development in South Africa. In terms of the comment that has been made on the report, we don't believe that it represents South Africa well, because there was no any consultation with South Africa with regard to adjudicators, with regard to the number of competitions that we are holding, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to ask Mr. Chair, because I see most probably you are not sure as to where I'm referring to. If the House can allow me to go to the specific point, so as we read it as is.
So please, what is your specific point?
I'm trying to help you, sir, by going to the point.
Yeah, I'm asking. Please provide your specific point.
Yes, correct. That's what I'm trying
What
to do
page
now.
are you on?
Yes, I'm on page. Apologies. Okay, page 129, where it reflects issue with DanceSport South Africa. We would like the WDSF to nudge DDSA to step up in training the adjudicators and helping their dance couples compete in overseas WDSF events. The rest, I think, is in the report. We are not here to read the reports. This comment is not reflecting very well on us, because no other member of the Adjudicators Commission raise the concern and ask for any sort of feedback relating to this specific point.
All right, thank you, Tarbo. I think I should invite Eric Soudot to make comment as chair of this commission.
Thank you for your comment. So it was, during the commission, it was normal talks between members of the commission, and we wanted to have a look overall, the whole continent. And our colleagues from South Africa just related the lack of activity that it could be witnessed, but of course it was not any official result from any inquirers. Of course, just a debate between commission members, and it was interesting for us to point that maybe there is something to work on here.
Tarbo, yes, please, if you'd like to make a final point, but really...
It's a final point.
Yeah.
I really appreciate the time. And I'm going to ask that in the future, because we all want to build the organization, we want to build the continent, in the future it will only help if we directly communicate with the relevant member bodies instead of hearing individuals who are not even consulting with the member bodies. Because for now, we put in this in a report that needs to be adopted by this House, and it doesn't reflect very well to South Africa. Because for me, it sounds more like a corridor general talk that was put in the report, which is not right and fair for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tarbo. Thank you very much, Eric.
Sorry, Tony, may I just make a...
Sorry, where are we?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
just
sorry,
make...
Jeffrey.
So...
Oh, sorry, Eric. Apologies.
Not all right. To please our national member body, if he wants from the report to delay this sentence it's...
All right, you're offering to remove that sentence, is that correct?
That's right. If it's often
right,
seeing the national member body, it's not a problem. But I would like to use this opportunity, please, national member bodies, go to, if you have any subject topics about churches, please come to us. Otherwise, we have to try to imagine things that we don't have all the facts sometimes. So that's it. But if to please our national member body, if we put this sentence out, it's okay for us.
All right, thank you very much, Eric. That's very generous of you. Tarbo, are you happy with that? Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, dear all, we're going to continue. So we're going to item 22, report of the WSF Ethics Committee. Are there any questions on this report? There are none, so I move to item number 23. There was no report from the Athletes Commission, so we move on to report 24, report of WDSF Anti-Doping Commission, which basically says that they weren't operating because we had to enter into a contract with the International Testing Agency, which was our requirement from the IOC. The next is a report of the WDSF Professional Division, which is item 25. Are there any questions of this report? Okay, there are none, so we'll keep going. Item 26, the WDSF DanceSport Academy. Are there any questions on this report? None, thank you. Item 27, report on the WDSF Medical Commission. Are there any questions on this report? There are none. Item 28, report of the WDSF Sport for All Commission. Are there any questions on this report? There are none. Report of the WDSF Equality Commission. Are there any questions on this report? Yes, thank you, Tarbo.
Thank you very much. With regard to the equality report, Chair, in the 2022 AGM, the report was deferred and it was treated separately, where we didn't adopt it. if everyone remembers well. But what is surprising us, Chair, is that the same report is coming as is. The very same report that was presented, that we treated separately, is still presented to us as is again. And this time around is going to be included in the whole approval of the package of the reports.
Thank you, Thabo. We were being respectful this year by including it, but I refer to Mr. Fraser to give you some background.
It's hard to know exactly what to say. In 2021-2022, we received a template or a proposal from the Equality Commission that they could perform work, that it was urgent work, it was work that could not wait, it was absolutely essential work, and that it needed a budget of 57,000 euros. 20,000 for airfare, 12,000 for catering. I pointed out to the Equality Commission at the time that the Legal Commission did a great deal of work every week, sometimes every day, and our budget was zero. We asked for a revised budget, we asked for a revised plan, and I would refer also to the General Secretary with respect to responses. I did not receive any response. Did you, Mr. General Secretary?
Neither do I.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether you wish me to continue with this.
I think it's the call of the meeting of the membership whether we include this report in the approval of all reports or we still put it separate, because it doesn't help and it takes us back to also including something that none of the management committee members agreed to, but it still reflects in this forum once again.
I'm sorry, you're saying none of our management committee accepted this or referred to? I don't understand your question.
No. Most probably it's our interpretation of our English. Okay, let me just go back and just rephrase. I'm saying, I'm putting it back to the management or the presidium and even this house, that this report should not be included in the package of all the reports that we are going to approve at the later stage.
I gather that the mood of the Presidium is that we would accept that amendment, that is to say, accept the amendment with respect to approval en bloc, and that the question of this Commission's report would be considered separately after the approval of the other reports. As such, we would amend our agenda proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fraser. So what we're going to do at the end of all these reports is we're going to accept 15 to 34, but we are going to exclude 29 as requested by Thabo. Thank you very much. So we now go on to item 30, report of the Entourage Commission. Are there any questions on this report? Item 31, report of the DanceSport Discipline Development Committee. Are there any questions on this report? No, I see none. Next, item 32, report of the WDSF Historical Commission. Are there any questions on this report? There are none. Item 33, report of DanceSport Europe. Are there any questions on this report? There are none. Item 34, report of DanceSport Asia. Are there any questions on this report? I see none. I now ask for a motion to approve all the reports on Globo except item 29, which the South African delegate would like us to exclude, and item 18 and 23 being the Athletes Commission and the Disciplinary Council. Thank you. Who's moving this motion?
That is my motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fraser. All those in favour of approving those reports, please. All those against? Are there any abstentions? I think it's unanimous. Thank you. Should we go back to 29? All right, we will now consider item 29. So, do we have somebody to move to accept the report, or do you wish to reject the report? What is it you're seeking to do? Sorry? I can't hear you. Reject. Okay. So we have a motion from the South African delegate to reject the report.
Discussion.
Is there any discussion, or is it clear? I think the delegates have got the message. All those in favour of rejecting the report? Green cards, you wish to reject the report? So we are not accepting item 29. We are rejecting the report because of its inaccuracies. Yes, thank you very much. All those against rejecting the report? We have 8 votes, thank you. I declare the motion carried. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, there was an abstention, sorry. Is there an abstention? 1, 2, 4, 6. Is there any takers on 6? Anyone else? Thank you. All right. So we move up to item 35. And I believe that I call upon Marius Iapua from England to move the motion to approve the Presidium's work from last year.
Dear friends, dear chosen leader of your countries, dear Presidium members, I am honored to stand before you today to propose this motion. But before I stand, I would like all of you to stand up. I think we all need to stand up for a second. Please, stand up. Give yourself a round of applause for being here and taking the time away from your family and from your daily work to be with us and having this mission to make the dance world a better place. Thank you so much. Then I would like to give a round of applause for the Breaking Commission, which yesterday, after those reports, I was very, very impressed. And then, of course, for the hardworking people in front of us, serving not only under the national federations, but also for all of us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, we meet today in Madrid as delegates of the AGM, but also as friends in sport. In my humble opinion, our work in WDSF has always had a cooperative goal to do the best for dance sport around the world. 2 years ago, we elected a presidium to administer our international federation. Until this day, in a dance sport community that expects a clear, correct, effective support system that will operate every day, which is fair to the athletes and which lets the progress in international competition with the same rules and the same standards in every country. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, it is that kind of work and that kind of sensitive, clear system that provides a true freedom to dance. Most of us do not see them at work often, but we can tell that our Presidium has done this hard, time-consuming work every day and every month to maintain the WDSF sporting system around the world. All of this administrative work done often into the night by Zoom or telephone without complaint to help someone in a different part of the world. The Presidium has also met the challenges for the past 12 months, calmly with courage, with fairness towards all, according to the clear principle and policies that the WDSF Annual General Meeting has approved many times. No one is perfect, and we all agree with each other. We don't agree with each other sometimes, in good faith and in sporting friendship on important matters, but this weekend has confirmed again for me that our federation is strongly led by a presidium that is exceptional in its talent and exceptional in its dedication to our sport and to each of our countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that our Presidium has served us well during the past 12 months, and so, honorable delegates, I am pleased to move that this meeting approve the Presidium's work during the last 12 months. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciated. So we have a motion in front of us. Is there any discussion? Can I have everyone who is in favour of the motion to put up your green cards?
Who is in favour of this motion?
Thank you. Who is against this motion? Any abstentions? Okay, Jim. So thank you very, very much. It's sort of unanimous. Well, it is unanimous. I've now been corrected by the legal, or the Vice President for Legal Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, guess what? We're 2 minutes early. Thank you. 17-minute coffee break, but I want you back here before 11:45. Thank you very much for your patience and attendance.
This one is being seen on screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Take your places. We will be commencing in 30 seconds. Dear all, thank you very much for being so prompt, and I apologise if I was a little bit rude by dinging you back, but it's very, very appreciated. We have a long agenda still to go. We're going well, but there's a lot of work ahead of us, and we need to finish on time and hopefully early. You can get an early drink. How's that? All right, thank you very much. We're resuming the agenda. We are at Presidium Motions, item 36. And we are at item 36.1, and it's a Presidium motion to amend the WDSF competition rules to define the dance floor requirements for WDSF competitions in Latin, Standard and 10 dance disciplines. I'm going to ask on behalf of the Presidium, the Vice President for Sports, Nenad Jeftik, to move the motion. Nenad?
Thank you, Mr. Tony Tileni. Dear delegates, dear colleagues, you get this motion, and I will just briefly repeat. We just try to clarify exactly the definition of the floor sizes, our competition rules, and this is the background of this motion. We think that now it's much more clear for all organizers what is the requirement. Before we had just the square meters, now we have more description about this. So I move a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jeftik. Is there any debate or discussion on this motion? I actually don't think it's a difficult motion. It's quite straightforward, and it's something that's been missing in the past. If there's no discussion, the motion is moved. All those in favour of this motion? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone opposed to this motion? Anyone against? Abstentions? Unanimous. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We now move on to item 36.2, to amend the WDSF competition rules to allow WDSF Open Continental Championships for all senior and youth under 21 age categories for standard, Latin and 10 dance disciplines. I call again on the Vice President for Sport, Nenad Jeftik, to move the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is one more motion for improvement of our competition system. Yesterday we tried to explain you in more details what it is background, and so I hope that motion is very clear and explained very well yesterday on open forum. So far I will move a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jeftek. Is there any debate on this motion? If there's no debate, I move the motion. Sorry, Mr. Jeftik moves the motion. All those in favour of this motion? Who is against the motion? Are there any abstentions? Thank you, unanimous. We move on to item Presidium Motion 36.3 to amend the competition rules to allow Senior 5 age group participation in WDSF competitions in the standard discipline. Mr. Jeftik.
Thank you. So this is one more sports motion, and it is about inclusion of the Senior 5 categories in our competition rules. This motion is also explained yesterday on open forum, so far I move a motion.
Ladies and gentlemen, is there any debate on this motion? Too quick. All those in favour? Thank you very much. All those against? Are there any abstentions? Unanimous. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We move on to 36.4, Presidium Motion number 4, to amend the Appendix WDSF dress regulations of the WDSF competition rules for reformatting, new picture illustration, new wording on athletes' partners, and substitution of sports director by the Vice President for Sport. Mr. Jeftik, if I could ask you to move the motion on behalf of the Presidium.
Thank you. Now we have the same situation. We explained this motion briefly. Actually, colleague Mr. Wolfgang Gelisch explained this motion and the background. And also, so far I can comment that this your fast decision without question means that you study very well our motions, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you. So I move a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jeftik. Is there any debate on this motion? All those in favour of the motion?
Who is in favour of this?
Who is in favour of this motion? Who is against the motion? Is there any abstentions? Thank you. Carried unanimously. We now come to Presidium... Sorry, what is it? Has somebody got the hand up? Yep. How can I help you? After members' motions, yes, you're right. No problem, it will be discussed. Oh, I believe it will be discussed unless the legal people here tell me it can't, but we'll find out. Thank you very much.
You're learning.
He says I'm learning, thank you. All right, so we move on to item 36.5, motion number 5, to amend the financial regulations. Now, yesterday Mr. Jeftik went through those changes. I think they're very reasonable changes. It's not changes produce additional income, it's changes to rebalance the costs of different events. Is there any debate on this motion? It is a Presidium motion. All right, thank you. All those in favour of this motion, can you please put up your green card? Is there anyone against this motion? Are there any abstentions? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Passed unanimously. So we move on to Presidium Motion 6 of 36.6 to amend the statutes to restrict membership in or affiliation with rival organisations governing disciplines described in the WDSF competition rules. Now, from the chair, as I have the right to speak, I want to make it very clear, this is not an attack on members. This is, in fact, we've designed this motion because we do not wish to restrict member bodies' rights from working collaboratively with other federations. Rather, we move this motion to help protect your interests and your rights under freedom of association. The point is that a recognised sports federation of the IOC, which is WDSF, has achieved a very privileged and prestigious position, not just for WDSF, but WDSF national member bodies. And I urge you to think seriously to make sure that you protect that privileged position. We must all behave in accordance with our obligations and responsibilities as Olympic federations. And each of you as national member bodies, recognised by your own national Olympic committees, are obligated to hold the highest Olympic values. I do not support becoming members of international bodies, irrespective of what they say they do, if they're conducting dance sport competitions. If you want to join a body which has a linkage or a connection to the International Olympic Committee and to your National Olympic Committee, you should not have a conflict. At the moment, it is a very clear conflict with national member bodies' position as peak dance sport federations in your country. You are the top. I really struggle to understand why you would in any way compromise your exclusive recognition from your national Olympic committees, from WDSF, and from the International Olympic Committee. Please just ask yourselves, why join a federation which is not a sports federation and which will undermine your position? I urge you to take the very strategic and logical example of Deutsche DanceSportverband, our German member body, who strategically collaborates with other member bodies but does not join them. Other bodies could only be under you. You are the peak. Why would you allow yourselves to be under another body? It does not make sense to me, and I don't think it should make sense to you. Let me say very clearly, because I am absolutely sure that this issue will come up, that, oh, well, Mr. Tilleni's body, Dance Sport Australia, is a member of the National Dance Council in Australia, which is not an international body. It's a national dance council, and it purports, it says that they argue the same disciplines in Australia for dance sport. It's an inferior body. It's a commercial body. It's not a sports body. It's connected to WDC and has provided absolutely no benefits. But it's okay, they collect annual fees from Dance Sport Australia. I have never supported the membership, and it does not work. It is incredibly disappointing and embarrassing that Dance Sport Australia or any member body would join anybody that does not respect or comply, as we are all required to do, with WADA anti-doping policies, anti-manipulation policies, ethics codes. Do not use judging systems based on assessing components. Do not have safeguarding policies. Do not have a safeguarding officer. And the list goes on and on and on. How can you really belong to such bodies? It's just not logical that you would subjugate your position as the peak dance sport body recognised by your National Olympic Committee to anybody. In addition, some of these newer federations are badly conflicted. They conduct competitions for commercial gain and business interests, not sport. And they run events which WDSF has conducted for decades, and they're trying to compete with you, with your recognition, with your lineage to WDSF and the International Olympic Committee.
Slow down.
It does not make sense. I ask you, I urge you, I implore you to use your legitimate authority as the peak dance sport federation in your country to ensure that no other federation can one day argue that they should replace you, because guess what? People are jealous of what you've got. You can still work with them, you can still collaborate with them, you may even consider them being members of your body, but don't undermine yourself. I ask you, will you risk the recognition and prestige you have gained from your National Olympic Committee and risk potentially government and sports funding in your country by joining non-complying, unrepresentative, commercial business interests? And not only be the members, the legitimate peak dance sport members in your country by being members of WDSF with the linkages to the IOC. I urge you to strongly support this very reasonable motion to strongly protect your interests. The Presidium is trying to protect everyone, and believe it or not, by any member body allowing yourselves to be undermined by joining another body that does not have the recognition, is not a sports federation, does not comply with Olympic values, philosophies, policies, is a problem. This is not an attack on any one national member body. It is a logical progression to make sure that we can continue to grow and prosper. Maybe in a few years' time, maybe our view will change, but I doubt it. There are not two FIFAs. There are not two FINAs. A sports federation is a sports federation. So please, I urge you, because we do need a 2/3 vote for this motion, it is incredibly important at a critical time, just before the vote on LA28. This is your opportunity to show leadership. This is your opportunity to support dance sport and help us to grow. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a Presidium motion, and after that introduction, I would like to say a few words on behalf of the Presidium. First of all, some of you may know I'm not feeling particularly well today because of my allergies, not because of the fact that I fall off the stage on a regular basis. I said to Pinky Wong from my country, 50 years of walking onto stages, I've finally fallen off a stage. But I told my colleagues last night and this morning that if I was too ill to come to most of the meeting, they should phone me 30 minutes before this motion was to be heard, because I insisted on putting on my collar and tie and coming down and casting my vote as an honorary member. And I believe everyone here who has a vote should cast that vote in favor of this motion. I will recite the reasons which the Presidium gave formally. You have the text in front of you, but I will read a little bit of it. As we all know, WDSF is the IOC's internationally recognized peak body for dance sport. Given this recognition, it is necessary that WDSF members be recognized as the peak dance sport bodies in their respective countries. And so, in order to avoid conflicts of interest, WDSF member bodies cannot undermine their status by becoming members of other bodies not directly recognized by WDSF as a part of the sporting family. We emphasize that WDSF supports and encourages its member bodies to consider granting associate memberships in their own organizations to other bodies. But the fundamental point here is that WDSF cannot agree that its member bodies can be members of federations which are not recognized by WDSF. Accordingly, the obligation of a WDSF member body to exercise its membership in support of the objects, the legal objects set out in Article 2 of the statutes, implies that it would fail to do so by joining or supporting an organization, which is a rival organization in the sense that it has in the sense that it has or claims the same or a similar scope of activities. If a WDSF member body has already joined or affiliated with another unrecognized body, the Presidium will ask it to fully and finally resign from such a connection no later than the reasonable deadline of December the 31st. I will only add, ladies and gentlemen, that we have written the text in such a way as to try to stop clever people. There are a few people who want to undermine our federation, and they will say, oh, well, we can't join. Well, I know, we'll affiliate. No, we'll have a partnership. No, we'll have a memorandum of understanding. But the terms, when you examine them, will be the same. And that is why we have written the text in the way that we have. I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fraser. Do we have some debate? Yep. Do you want to line up so we get you in order? I want to be fair, but I want to have somebody in favour of each motion and somebody against each motion. So if you go to the microphone, I would prefer not to have two speakers in favour or two speakers against. Let's try and get some balance in the debate. So who's going up first? No, there's the microphone. Line up. Go for it. As I said at the beginning, please line up. Or who's going to get to the microphone first? Let's see.
Through the chair, as a point of information, delegates who wish to speak about a motion should indicate at the beginning that whether they are for the motion or against the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. Just one sec. Hang on. Delegates, just to be very clear, we do have a timekeeper. Elena is the timekeeper. You can only speak once. You have 3 minutes, and 30 seconds before the 3 minutes elapses, you'll get notice that the 30 seconds to go is about to elapse. All right? Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Dragana. I represent Croatian DanceSport Federation. Regarding to this motion, I would like to ask you, could you just briefly explain us the procedure, how it goes if this passes? What I'm asking, is there anybody that's going to investigate who have been affiliated, who have maybe joined the different federations, and who is the body that is going to take care of it? And is there a possibility that the WDSF Presidium is the one that is going to decide which relation is suitable and which is not suitable? Is it possible that some federation get positive feedback, you can affiliate with this organization, and then maybe others get a different? Why I'm a little bit worried because in each federation usually you have some procedure how it goes, and I would really like to know how did you imagine this procedure so that we can take a stand of this motion.
Thank you, Dragana. I'm going to refer to Mr. Fraser. Jim?
I'll try to be as brief as possible. This is a question about membership, and I anticipate that if the motion passes, any problems, concerns, or complaints would be referred to the Membership Commission first for whether you want to call it investigation or further discussion. Then, after that, the Membership Commission might make a report to the Presidium, which would say there have been concerns expressed, or indeed might say, we have found that this federation is now in breach of Article 5, Sub 4. But I emphasize that the WDSF Presidium, sorry, there's a problem with my microphone from time to time. The WDSF Presidium is not the Inquisition. We don't have time to be the Inquisition. We're not interested in examining every possible piece of information we find to accuse people of things. What we want to do is to build dance sport. So, what I would say is it's very similar to the situation in your country. If you have a problem with something that's going on that's against the law, it's your duty to report it. If you don't report it, the government, The prosecutors, the police can't do anything about it. We rely on members to help us with these things. I hope that that is as complete an answer as you hoped for, but if I was not clear, please advise.
Dragana, before you continue, I also would like to say the Presidium will be practical. We are basically going to be very reasonable how we go through this process. We really don't want you to join any new bodies. What we're doing is we're drawing a line in the sand, and we're saying we're stopping it in the future, but it doesn't mean that you can't. It means that you just need to seek permission. And it's not to say that we may not agree with it. And it's not to say that we may not at some stage change our point of view, but we are going to be pragmatic, we are going to be reasonable, and you will be fairly explained in terms of what we're doing. We are not seeking to be overly...
Intrusive.
Intrusive. We're not seeking to be intrusive, we just want you to protect yourselves. So Dragana, I'm not sure, but at this stage, I think you've probably used about 30 seconds, I'm not sure about that. I'm just looking to Elena, but she's, oh, right, okay, you've used, how long has she used? 1 minute. Right, so she's got 2 minutes to go, is that right?
Don't worry, this is all
Quick.
from me.
All right,
Quick.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so hang on. So we haven't got, that wasn't a yes, that wasn't a no, that was a maybe we'll think about it. All right. All right, so next I believe it's Mr. Richards from the USA. You can get closer to the microphone, guys. Guys, hello. Get closer to the microphone because we want to be as efficient as possible. Get closer, that's it. Well done, keep going, keep going. Excellent, thank you. Yep, Mr. Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney. Fellow delegates, fellow Presidium members, as the conversation develops, I so wish this was something we could have in a conversation instead of a quick 3-minute, hey, what do you think? This would be a great opportunity for us to grow DanceSport together. We have learned so much just this morning that the hard, strict, black and white language of the motion we were given now has many gray areas, now has an opportunity for us to submit possible ways we can work with other organizations. Our research was extensive. DTV shows we are a member of IDO. IDO's documents show we run DanceSport. USA Dance has joined as a national member of WDO, as we all know. WDO doesn't have the word sport anywhere in any of its organizing documents. It's a very different conversation. However, we're not sure how any of this will be applied, since it must go through a membership commission and a discussion. Again, glad to hear that. We are not in any way at risk of threatening our position with our national Olympic body. They know about our position. They know about our strong support of breakdancing. You all know that we are the only member body here that continually supports this process by having even our breakdancing leadership here in the room as a voting delegate. We completely follow the Olympic path of the WDSF. Our purpose, sole purpose for this, is that in the USA, which you do not know, possibly, we receive no funding for DanceSport. $0. We don't have a sports ministry that regulates money to us. We strictly rely on our membership and our sponsorship ability to attract sponsors. And while that may be the case of some of you, or it is not the case, we are here in this room as a global organization, and if we make rules that close down some countries, we make rules that close down the WDSF and our ability to grow. We need to service an entire array of athletes in the United States that are not serviced in the current Olympic path. We still continue to follow the Olympic path of our discipline and pursue the Olympic path for standard and Latin wherever possible. But we need to service many others. And if you are potentially needing to do that in your country, if you potentially want to know what would happen if you made relationships with other organizations, there's no reason to change the statute. If you already have relations with other organizations, there's no reason to change the statute. If you don't want to ask for permission of how you can run your business in your country, there's no reason to change the statute. It serves us fine now. We got in the Olympics with the statute. We'll continue to be in it. It has no impact on LA 28. It has no impact on the marketing and advertising that we will eventually do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richards.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
it.
Please vote against the motion.
All right. Now, can we have a speaker in favour of the motion? Emilio, are you in favour or are you against? All right.
Dear Presidium, dear delegates, in principle, I agree of this motion because for sure it's time to become only one big dance sport federation. But I think it's not the right time today to decide this because we need to inform also our member. I represent WRC, and in our confederation there are some members not affiliated in WDSF. Then we need to have time to explain the procedure, to explain which is the focus, because I think it's not so clear in this moment, and then I ask if possible to postpone this vote to the next AGM and to have time during the year to prepare our members, our country in this new amendment, in this new way. Thank you.
Emilio, thank you, but this rule and this potential change does not imply to rock and roll. You have your own rules, your own federation, your own statutes, has no bearing on your members.
Yeah, for sure, yes, but some of our members of WRC are connected with other federations, of course. Then we need to follow the WDSF rules. We need to follow the WDF status. We have affiliated, and then of course we need to follow this. And another question: when is the implementation of this new amendment? From tomorrow, from the 1st of September, from the 1st of January? Because I think that country need to speak with our members in the countries and to change maybe the status, maybe the philosophy of our dance sport in the country.
All right. Thank you, Emilio. I still don't think it applies, but that's good. Thank you. And I can say my understanding is once the motion passes, it applies. And based on the wording, the reasoning, it won't be actually implemented until the end. You have until the 31st of December if there are any issues. But I say again, the Presidium will be reasonable. We just do not want new things to happen. We're trying to make sure that we protect you all so that there isn't a flood of new memberships in the future. It's not about the existing, it's more so about the future. Okay, next. From England? No? Sorry,
Martin Dvorak from Czech Republic. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that.
Far away from England.
Well, I was looking at the beard.
I would like to say that in one way, what you said at the Presidium is completely right when you are building the structure. So I understand completely your mission. The only way, what I think you forget, is that there is a history. And there is a history which we cannot break. And before there was a breaking on the Olympics as an issue, we were a completely separate federation in Czech Republic, only doing the standard and Latin. But because there comes the breaking, we have to, because of your way, we need to, as a membership body of WSF, start to cooperate and start to speak with other federations, consist of CDO, which is like a member of IDO, and also other stuff. So we start to cooperate, and we have built a union in Czech Republic, which is connected together. But also CDO before has the history of little bit of Latin dance sport and of Latin formations because it's included in this in the system. And we created this group, and now I understand you want this, but there is a history of the two federations which has the disciplines in their own statutes. So when we will accept this motion, it means that we will have to go to this federation, which we gathered because of the breaking, that they have to somehow get out from their Latin formations in their way. It's a different style from us, but it's also Latin. And in this way, I think the history of many federations that are connecting these two groups is making a problem. So like I said, in one way I follow your ideas as we will make the structure. In some membership bodies, I think it's very easy if they will make the construction. But in some member bodies, there is a history and long 50 years old history of federations that are working in a friendly way. And when I will come back home after this motion, I think there will start to be a little bit pressure and start to be a little bit fight with the federation, which we are completely friendly enough now, and we are trying to make a union which will gather all the dance sports in one family. And our national government is happy because they are pushing us with the funding. We are a little bit different way from the USA. We have the funding from the government that we have to gather the dance sports in one umbrella, and we have to speak in one way.
Thank you very much.
This is the issue which I don't have an answer, and I would like maybe the answer from you. How we can proceed in this way.
Okay, thank you. Let me just clarify one point. I noticed earlier our German friends, just to be very clear, it's not the case. Oh, he's up there. All right, no, you stay there. You can talk. You can talk for yourself. Thank you. Apologies.
Through the chair.
So, Mr. Fraser would like to respond to your question.
Through the chair, no, a point of information, point of order. The question of notice was explored in detail in 1999 when we fundamentally changed the statutes. I and Professor Kiyotaka Ozaki and Mr. Taleni were the members of the working group who wrote the statutes at that time. And we decided at that time that 2 months was adequate notice for Presidium's motions. That would give federations time to circulate a Presidium's motion or motions to their own Presidium members and consider it, discuss it, and decide on the question. So I want to say that I think the meeting in 1999 considered and decided this, that 2 months was adequate notice. If members feel that more notice is required, then I think that they should propose a motion perhaps for next year to increase the amount of notice. There's nothing wrong with that. But we did give the statutory notice for this, and I wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser.
It was, I think, answer for how long needs to be adopted. I think it wasn't the answer for me. Or I didn't get the answer for me, I don't think.
Sorry, what is the question?
The question was how we can do in the federations that they have the history behind themselves when we gathered because of your decision of the Presidium to bring the breaking into dance sport of WDSF. So we have to, as a national member bodies, start to act in the gathering and and affiliating and uniting with the other federations that have already the breaking in their statutes, but they have also other styles inside of them, but during the history, and we don't want to be the aggressors in their statutes. We were very happy that we found very nice speaking together with these two federations, and we have the breaking up together in one umbrella.
All right, your time has elapsed, but let's be clear, we're not saying that you can't collaborate. We're not saying that you can't work together. All we're saying is, don't become a member of another body. They can become a member of you, but please don't undermine your position by becoming a member of another body. No, I'm sorry, your time is really up.
I think you didn't understand me. Thank you very much.
Okay, I apologize if I've misunderstood. Next speaker, please. From Italy, the President.
Through the chair, could each speaker please say at the beginning of his or her remarks whether he or she is in favor of the motion or opposed to the motion? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am the president of Italian DanceSport Federation. As president of FITS, I cannot vote on this motion as I do not have this power by having more than one affiliation in the statute. The motion is too general and discretionary. There is a need to specify what the rival organizations are and where they are not among the organization with which we are affiliated. We can consider supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Thank you. Mr. Tim Rausch, the President of the German DanceSport Federation.
Dear delegates, dear Presidium, I just prepared the speech, but I think Tony said a lot of things I want to repeat. In Germany, we have the problem, we have 2 or 3 rivalizing organizations which are mostly driven by commercial interests. And we are just the only one which works voluntarily, and we are the only recognized federation in Germany. We are granted 50% of our financial possibilities by the German government. And I'm fully with you, and I fully support your motion that we have to be the only one. Ken, I must correct you to clarify that. Germany never was and never will be a member of IDO. The TAF, the Action Dance Federation, as a member of IDO, is a member inside DTV. It's the other way around. And we are working and collaborating, we are working together just on these topics like jazz and modern and contemporary, and not in topics in which WDSF has own activities. And so I strongly ask you to support this motion. We are the top, the peak federation in Germany, and we have to be the peak federation in the world for dance sport. Just because of the tons of achievements we did the last decades to become that. I just say good governance policies. I just say anti-doping rules to protect our young athletes from violence and something like that. The other organizations driven by commercial interests are not doing that. And they won't give a piece of their power to us voluntarily. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Can I have the next speaker, Drago Sulek?
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear Presidium, and delegate of Slovenia, and I'm actually not declaring against or in favor at this moment. I'm referring to what the Czech delegate has said. We are one of the federations caught with a history. Our federation is a 66 years member of WDSF. It is the governing body of all dance sport in Slovenia. But it is also the member of World Rock and Roll Confederation for 40 years, and it is a member of IDO for 30 years. Because IDO and rock and roll were before WDSF decided to bring in the other disciplines. So this motion, which is saying that so let's put it this way. We have 4 divisions in our federation. Standard and Latin, rock and roll, other dances, and dance for all. And on the operational level, these divisions are working each with its international cover organization. Rock and roll with Rock and Roll Confederation, other dances is IDO, but also sending couples to WDSF. So anyhow, what happened now that, as we understand, the IDO is definitely a rivalry organization to WDSF in respect to other dances, and therefore we will be caught, criminalized somehow, without being guilty. I understand that the majority of the delegates or the federations in this room have no such a problem, and you will easily support this motion. What we want is to have a clear statement or clear kind of protection or a long period of time to adapt to the new situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sulek. Mr. Fraser would like to make a comment.
Yes, as a point of information to the meeting, I respectfully draw everyone's attention to the closing words of the proposed amendment. They are without the prior decision and written approval of the WDSF Presidium. What this means, as we said earlier when we were asked this question, is that this motion and this proposed change to Article 5, Sub 4 is not a death sentence. It's not a guillotine. It's not the way to victimize some federations. What it is a way to try very hard to make sure that each body that said to WDSF that it would be the peak body for dance sport in its country is actually going to do that. There can be discussion. There can be ways of doing things. Dr. Rausch, I don't think will mind my saying that he approached me a few days ago and asked me how this particular amendment would affect DTV's relationship with TAF. And I told him, and he said, "Oh, thanks. I'm satisfied," or words to that effect. Yes. And I believe that the sport director will inform you that there is no intention to penalize the relationships that members currently have with IDO, although I'll leave it to him to comment on that. But what I want to say is please, please remember the words at the end of this proposed amendment, without the prior decision and written approval of the WDSF Presidium. We don't want to fight with people. We don't want to say no to them. I can tell you as a lawyer, when I go to court, the judge wants to grant me my order. He's looking for a way to do it. He says, "Mr. Fraser, how can I grant your order? How can I justify this?" And then I tell him, "Well, here's how, Your Honor." And usually I get my order in court. That is how this would work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fraser. Next, from Denmark, I believe. Yes?
Almost.
Norway. I was close. Sorry, apologies. Norway.
Mr. Chair, Presidium and their delegates, Jan Jacobsen from Norway. Unfortunately, in the current wording of this motion, based on the way our federation is structured, we cannot support it for a very simple reason. Very similar to Slovenia, we have 5 divisions very closely working together. Standard and Latin as a discipline is only member of WDSF and no other competing of any kind of a sort, whatever you want to call it. So there's no conflict of interest. However, we are active members of other international bodies. Standard and Latin in my country represents 14% of the membership base. We are government funded. So if I take away Standard and Latin, which I'm ahead of, I will be the losing party on the board of directors of 11, because we heavily rely on the funding from the government to actually run our sport. So please have a think of, before you cast your vote on this, this will actually affect smaller countries. We are not competing in Norway against other dance organizations. We are competing against football and skiing. That's where we're trying to get our kids from. So please be mindful when you cast your vote. Let's be the united force. Let's be the thought leaders that brings the dance world together. It's 2023, and let's be the united front. Please vote with your mind here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next. From Albania.
Thank you, dear President. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, dear friends, some of one new, some of them old, I would like to just ask a question. Which is the highest organization on sports of the world? Of course, is the Olympic Committee. Which organization is inside of this committee? It's the WDSF. So, if we are saying that we are in the Olympic Games We are now on a big family, on a big vision for the future, not only of the dance sport, but for the future of all of us here. I would like just to mention a point. The Football Federation cannot be a member of two world organizations. So, if we are part of the highest organization of sports, which is the Olympic sport, and through WDSF, with all its categories and sports which are inside of our organization, why should not we support it? Why should we work against what we have built, all of us together through the years, to be at this time, at this moment? We are an Olympic sport. We have done history. I'm a favor of this because only due to those two rhetorical questions that all of you know the answers. Thank you very much, and once again, dear Presidium, thank you very much for all the work that you have done through the year to bring us to the big table of the Olympic Committee and to the big vision of this sport. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now from Armenia.
Hello, dear delegates. I'm Albert Hakopian from Armenia. Generally, I am in favor with this motion, but I have some options to say. Let's don't forget about small countries. So, in my country, we have in WDSF something like 80, 100 couples. And in WDC, which we have in Armenia, they have also 80 and 100 couples. For 10 years, we are working to be a little bit more united, to participate in all competition which is organizing in Armenia, because we have something like 10 competitions in WDSF, I mean in WDSF member body, and 6 or 8 competitions in WDC. So we do a great job, and now we are really united. They participate in all our competitions, they get mean numbers, but they have their own psychology. And I think if tomorrow we start to do that in our country, it will bring a lot of bad things for my country. So that is why for that we need a time. I mean, maybe year, maybe 2, I don't know. But my suggestion, delegate from Italy says, to postpone this. Maybe we need time to clear, to get the clear information, to speak with people, because one of the members of our presidium is the president of WDC Armenia. And our president is the presidium member of WDC Armenia. So it means that we are close together. Our judges are judging there, some of them. So my opinion, it's generally we have to be the leaders in our country. We are doing our best. But for that we need time. And I think in a lot of small countries it's the same picture. So thank you very much. And to be honest, I can't say that I'm 100% in favor, but more or less I'm not against. So we need time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Valerie from Spain.
Good morning, everybody. Valerie Ivanov from Spain. I would say that we are in favor of this motion. What I would like to say that there is only one official World Championships. We can have 100 organizations for dancing, and every day we have more and more. But there is only one official dance sport championships per year. This is our championships. And we need to keep this, and this is our exclusivity, and we invest a lot to be Olympic, to be part of the Olympic family, to be part of the Olympic Committee. We all know for the years how much work we did, how much this Presidium worked for this, and this is our value. So we don't need to lose what is special for our dance sport family. This is what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have the delegate from Estonia.
Hello everyone, Alexander Makarov from Estonia. We are also from the small country, and I think if you choose to be the part of the WDSF, this rule completely makes sense. If you want to compete in WDO, if you want to compete in WDC, you can choose another organization. It's fully protecting us, because for example in Estonia we have, okay, also not many dances, but we don't have WDO system, we don't have WDC, and this is for the fact that we all work for WDSF. So we'll have a few couples competing in WDC, and you know that one of my couples is competing now in WDC. But I think if you want to cooperate in any way, you don't have to become a member. You can make associate member. You can still cooperate on other bases, but you don't have to become the member of the other federation. So in this case, we fully support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have Zach from USA.
Hello, colleagues. It's my first time here, and I just want to introduce myself. My name is Zach Slusser, and I am the Vice President of Breaking from USA Dance. And I just wanted to make the point here that I saw many individuals want to recognize and emphasize the prestigiousness of the WDSF as the peak eminent body recognized by the IOC. USA Dance also recognizes this titleship. This motion, we feel, limits the prosperity of dance sport as a whole, reminding you all that breaking is the current Olympic discipline. We're looking to embolden dance sport as a whole across the board, and I don't see why it should be seen by anyone here that if we work with other organizations, that doesn't increase the pie for opportunity for dance sport in all of its disciplines. When we work with other organizations, we bring more people to dance sport, we empower the youth to participate in all dance sport, and I think it's not in the best interests of the WDSF's growth opportunity to pass this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zach. And now we have Nina.
Lena Arvidsson, Sweden. Presidium, delegates, guest. Not for or nor against, but having a dilemma. First of all, the Swedish Dance Sport Federation would only be member of the Olympic movement, only with the sports organization. However, by law in Sweden, there's a freedom to choose who you would like to be member of. You cannot ban, you cannot forbid those kind of actions. And also being part of Europe and European Union, there's a very, very hard, tough competition law. We had cases from Sweden where people are going against the sports movement, trying to get their things going, telling it's a competition, it should be a free competition, and they actually won against the sports movement. So for us, it's a dilemma because of the very tough competition laws within the European Union, and also for the freedom to be part or member of everyone. But the Swedish Federation will always be true to the sports movement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Atsushi from Japan. I am going to close the debate unless... Yes, that's right. No more speakers, and then we have the close of the debate. Thank you.
Dear President and delegate, I'm from Japan, Atsushi Yamada. I have no objection to this motion, but I would like to confirm something. As an action of JDSF, we can follow WDSF, but the part of restricting athletes' behavior is not easy in Japan. Under Japanese law, the Japanese national member bodies, as a government public interest group, cannot restrict the freedom of action of its own members. As for athletes, it would be possible if the WDSF were to do this directly with the athlete. It is correct? Is it correct to understand that the WDSF does this as a contractual matter with the athlete, specifying the terms and conditions? This is my question, not the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Atsushi. I now invite Nenad Jeftik, the Sports VP, to close the debate.
Thank you very much. Well, what I would like to say first, it's very difficult to draw the line, and we're all aware, because of the history, because of various different reasons. What is important for us, and for us it's very important that you understand, that this is not any our personal wish. This we are just trying to protect the interest of the World Dance Sport Federation recognized by the IOC. It is really difficult, but we are talking about revival organizations, and this is something which creates a conflict of interest inside the WDSF. Somebody mentioned how many world championships we could have in standard. So for us, it is important that each of our member working in favor for WDSF, that's why you are here. Yesterday I said, the Presidium is not WDSF. You are the WDSF. You have voluntarily joined to WDSF and agreed to follow and respect the rules and regulations. We are working every day according to all information, what is happening, and trying to find solutions and proposing to you. You are the body who decide which road we're going to go. For example, just would like to comment, in your national member bodies on national level, what are you doing when some of your members, clubs or however, are doing something which is actually contrary to the interests of your national federation? You try to protect your interest federation. And that's what we are trying to do. We are talking about revival organizations, and that's all. We are aware of history, we are aware of all of that, and this is not inquisition, like Jim emphasized. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jeftik. Look, I want to comment from the chair. I say again that we're not trying to restrict you. We are not seeking to stop you from collaborating. We are not seeking to allow you to be accepting other organisations into your bodies. But what we want to do is we don't want this cancer to spread. And so we're saying that whoever has an existing membership, if this motion passes, I will have an immediate Presidium meeting. I've talked to the Managing Committee, and we will actually agree that the deadline will be extended to the 30th of June next year. And in addition to that, what we're asking is that no member body that currently is not a member of a rival federation does no longer join. So if you're an existing member that has certain conflicts, then let's see how we can resolve those conflicts or find a solution that doesn't undermine your position, that doesn't restrict your position to negotiate, collaborate, work with other bodies. We are not trying to stop you from doing that. So if the motion passes with a 2/3 majority, I will immediately ask the Presidium to move a motion to extend the deadline to the 30th of June. Well, sorry, to the next annual general meeting. So look, this is your future. This is our future. This is important. There are many organisations that want to steal your share of the cake. And the reality is that they are not sports federations. You can work with who you like, but please don't undermine your position, and don't undermine WDSF, and don't undermine DanceSport, and don't undermine breaking. There are solutions. Thank you. I am going to put the vote. Mr. Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. As a point of information, if this motion passes, we will immediately hold a presidium meeting in front of you in which the only question will be to extend the deadline from December 31st to the next annual general meeting, and you will see us vote for it. Thank you.
Right. All those in favour of the motion, your green cards, please. Now, we're going to need a count on this, so I ask the scrutineers if you could stand up and count these votes. And I say to you, please, I know it's difficult, but you'll have to hold the votes up for quite some time. So, where are the four scrutineers got? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I tell you what, can you come to the front first? And I think what we will do is let's have a logical procedure. So, I think what we do, so sorry, do you want to come across? So I think the first, yeah. So, can we have 2 on each side? So, George, if you want to go from the back and count forwards, and if you count from the front going back, Pinky, count from the front going back, and Ana de Grande, count from the back to the front. Please, this is absolutely important. Protect your interests, protect the athletes.
Okay, stop campaigning.
You need to keep your hands up because we're counting both ways. You need to keep your green cards up. It's not finished. We're counting 2 ways. Thank you. And there's another vote up here. All right, so do we have agreement on the numbers? 44. We're going to count again on this side. Apologies. Put them up. We need to be correct. Sorry, apologies. Keep them up. You're doing well. You can enter the Olympics. What do you think? You can swap arms.
Austria.
We have finished on the left. Thank you very, very much. But the right, just a little bit longer. $53 and $44. That's
98.
Great. 97. All those against? All right, can we have the scrutineers count? Sorry? 6. 6, and the other side? 12. 18. Any abstentions? There's 2 abstentions, 4 abstentions. No, sorry, 6.
Back there too.
I'm sorry, the light's in my eyes. Is there another one back there? Yes? So 6? 6? 2 and 4, 6. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We have the two-thirds majority. It's passed, so thank you. And now I call on the Presidium. We're going to have an immediate motion. Mr. Fraser.
This is a meeting of the Presidium. According to precedent established at previous WDSF annual general meetings, the last time was in 2018. I move that we extend the deadline that was set out in the proposal for the amendment to Article 5, Sub 4, from December 31st, 2023, until the date of the next annual general meeting, that is the 2024 annual general meeting. That is my motion. Is there discussion within the Presidium?
Anyone? Unanimous?
Mr. Chairman, I ask you to call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. Who is in favour of this motion? Who? No, us. Who is against this motion? No one? I declare the... Sorry? Okay, I declare that the Presidium motion is passed. The deadline is extended to the next annual general meeting. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That was a difficult issue. All right, let's continue. We now have, another difficult issue. 36.7. Presidium Motion 7 to amend Rule 2.2.4 of the WDSF competition rules to modify the terms of the athlete transfer process between member bodies. So I'm going to refer to the Sports VP, Mr. Jeff Tick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tony. I would just say a few words about the background of the motion, and I hope that you will read this carefully like you did all previous sports motion. But
I'm sorry, I apologize. I've just realized my watch says to me, my clock says to me it's 12:57. I don't think we can have this debate before lunch. I can see some of you are pretty hungry. So what if we break for lunch and then we'll continue with the motions at 2 o'clock? Is that okay? Yes? All right. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, I lost track of time.
Dear colleagues, please slowly take your seats. We will start shortly.
What's the lady's name? Elena?
Bananis. Banani. B-A-N-N-A-N-I. And Selma. Oh, it should be Selma.
Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to restart. All right, are we ready to go? We have 60 seconds. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, dear all, dear friends, dear colleagues, I know you've had a great lunch, and I know that there's so many things to talk about, but it's time. Okay, are we right? Are we ready? All right, welcome all back. I hope you had a nice lunch and a nice drink. I think what we need to acknowledge is that we should all be incredibly proud. For the first time in history, we have had continental championships in Pan America and Africa. And I know we saw this video yesterday, but for the benefit of the live stream and the people who haven't seen it, we're going to replay the African video, and I want to congratulate in particular Selma Benami, who in fact was responsible for the African Championships in Morocco. She's done a fantastic job. Let's play the video for Africa.
Surrounds us, every nation, all around us, singing forever young. Olympics. So you all have chance to make your life different through breaking and hip hop. Movement! Yeah! Go.
I will be stronger. They'll call me freedom, just like a waving flag. So wave your flag, now wave your flag, now wave your flag.
This is hip hop, you know. This is hip hop.
Thank you very much. Selma, why not stand up? What a fantastic job. Selma. Thank you all. So now we resume the serious part of the meeting and we go to motion 36.7, which is the Presidium motion number 7, to amend Rule 2.2.4 of the WDSF competition rules to modify the terms of the athletic transfer process between member bodies. And I call on the Sports Vice President, Nenad Jeftek.
Thank you very much. So we are talking about the competition rules D2.2.4, which is referred for the transfer of the athletes. The background and reason why Presidium submit the motion is that according to the rules, when one national member body requests a transfer from the other national member body, the national member body has the right to respond in time period of 1 month. If in that period the national member body do not respond, athletes automatically transfer to the national member body. However, some national member bodies in this period of 1 month, they just respond. And just for clarification, everything is happening on the level of the communication through the website by the national member bodies. So the national administrator of one country communicate with send a message to another country. So the country in this period of 1 month simply deny transfer without any explanation. So reason for submission of this motion is because we find out that some national member bodies just simply block young athletes, any athletes, without any reason, just to block them. So we want to have, in this way, through this motion, to get right, actually to ask national member body, what is the reason for you to decline and to block certain athletes? If the national member body provide explanation and the reason, like they have in the rules, there are the contract, that athlete was in a national team, and according to the rules and regulations of the national member body, they have to reimburse something, or there is certain period or something. For us, that will be reason, and that is a reason. But just to block the athletes, it's not acceptable. Athletes are priority. So with this rule, we just want to have possibilities to go directly to the national member body who decline in this period of 1 month to explain the reason. There are national member bodies who submit the reasons and explain. Because of our rules and regulations, they settle if it's in a final of the championship, they have to reimburse to the federation, I don't know, €5 or something. And that they have, the national body have in the rules. But just to decline without any explanation and blocking the athletes, it's the problem. We find out that this is problem. And also there are the problems like explanation, due to eternal reasons or eternal procedure of transferring, we will come you later. And they never come back later. 1 year. So that is the background of the motion. We explained that into the motion. I just repeat it one more time. So far, I move a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Jeftik. Is there any debate on this motion? If there is none, I will put the motion. Who is in favour of this motion? Green cards, please. Who is against this motion? 2 votes. Are there any abstentions? No. Thank you. Overwhelmingly carried. So now we move on to item 36.8, Presidium Motion 8, that motion won by Ukraine to condemn aggression by Russia and Belarus is in fact out of order. Jim, can I have you speak to this? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dear delegates, yesterday in the PD annual meeting, I made the same remarks that I'm going to make to you today. So some of you will have heard these remarks. But the objection that we have as a presidium is simple and fundamental. This is outside the objects of WDSF. The objects of WDSF are set out very clearly in the statutes in Article 2, and they have been since those statutes were adopted overwhelmingly in 1999, and this has not changed except to add Olympic Games. The objects of WDSF, the legal definition adopted by the annual general meeting in 1999 and confirmed again and again and again, is to organize, govern, represent, produce, and promote dance sport, to unite in recognized WDSF member federations and to maintain jurisdiction over all dance sport athletes, trainers, coaches, adjudicators, scrutineers, administrators, or other technical officials and allied sportspeople, including all amateur and professional competitors, to enact, administer, and enforce standardized rules to which all international competitions organized by it, that's WDSF, or by WDSF's members, are subject based on sporting principles and in the best interests of dance sport, to obtain the admission of dance sport to the medal program of the Olympic Games, to support and promote Olympism in dance sport and the world, and to support the objectives of the International Olympic Committee, and to advise and assist its members with their work in their own countries. Dear friends, we all have our opinions, but we are here today as World Dance Sport Federation, and our duty, our obligation, our task as set for us, in my case, by all of you when I was elected by you last year, and in the case of the rest of my Presidium colleagues when they were elected by the 2021 Annual General Meeting, is to legislate, govern, administer dance sport, not something else. Dancers, adjudicators, WDSF people are subject to all kinds of forces in society. Manufacturing, for example, is very important to us in a number of ways, but we do not discuss manufacturing in a sport meeting. Monetary policy and budgets of governments have a huge impact on athletes, but we do not discuss monetary policy or government budgets in WDSF meetings. Our lives are filled with music because music is a fundamental part of what dance sport is, but we do not legislate about singing. These are things that are outside sport, outside our sport. A motion that proposes action outside the scope of an organization's objects, as defined in its statutes, is out of order at its general meeting. This is a legal principle that is repeated in all cultures, in all organized systems of law in the civilized world. While many people may sympathize with the thoughts and intentions behind this motion, WDSF is purely a sport organization, and additionally, the motion is not related to WDSF's objects. as they have been set out for many years in Article 2. Accordingly, the Presidium considers that this motion is out of order at our official meeting, which is a sport meeting. So the Presidium asks the General Meeting to vote to remove this motion from the AGM agenda and to order that it shall not be heard at our annual General Meeting this year. The Presidium notes that the General Meeting has the full authority to declare by a vote that any question is out of order. So the Presidium's motion is to vote here to remove this motion from the 2023 AGM agenda and to order that it shall not be heard at the 2023 AGM. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. Do we have speakers to this debate? Please go to the microphone. Mr. Polivka from Ukraine.
Good afternoon, dear Presidium, dear delegates. Ukraine has, Ukrainian delegations, has 5 motions. And generally, maybe we would like to withdraw some motions, but we ask a legal advice if we have such an opportunity of this stage of NGM. Jim?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Sorry, can you please repeat the question? Apologies.
Okay. We would like to withdraw some motions because we are speaking about 5 motions from Ukraine, but we ask a legal advice if we have such an opportunity on this stage of IGM.
An opportunity. Sorry, an opportunity.
An opportunity.
Sorry, an opportunity. That's my microphone. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Do you mean, do you have an opportunity to speak about the issue after you withdraw your motions? Is that your question?
No.
Oh.
Can I have an opportunity? Sorry.
I don't think that you have withdrawn any motion yet, so I think you still have a right to speak.
Okay, but let's save time. Article 11F, General Meeting Procedures. Motion may be tabled and amended, withdraw, or otherwise disposed of by vote of the meeting as required in this statute, called by asking who is in favor on this motion. So, Ukrainian delegation want to speak exactly about DanceSport. And the Presidium considers that our motion it's out of order and at our official meeting, which is sport meeting, because this motion proposed action outside the scope of organization objects and defined in its statute. But according to the same article that you mentioned, Article 2A, the objects of the WDSF are to organize, govern, represent, produce, and promote dance sport, and this motion, exactly this motion, I mean 36. So, sorry, my time.
You have 30 seconds. You can keep speaking.
So I want to emphasize that there is motion about competing, about decision of management committee. Is this motion about participation Russian and Belarusian athletes? It's exactly about organizing and governing dance sport. So we are sure that there is no legal grounds to remove these motions, especially this one. We ask not to support this Presidium motion and to leave this motion, 10 seconds really, to leave this motion in agenda. And if you will vote for this, our proposition, we ask to let us to amend this motion in a proper way. The remaining reason of this, that Ukrainian athletes are not able to compete on the same dance floor, and I explain why. And I promise that we, during this AGM, amend this motion in a proper way. So please, not to support the Presidium motion, and we leave only one motion. Thank you.
Mr. Fraser, I believe you want to respond.
For clarity for the meeting, the motion by the Presidium is a motion to the general meeting, and the general meeting makes the decision. The Presidium does not make the decision because you are in charge of the meeting in the end. It is your meeting, not the Presidium's meeting. So you may decide that this question is out of order or that it is not out of order. The Presidium has made a motion, and I, as Vice President for Legal Affairs, have given you advice that it is definitely, clearly, legally out of order. You may decide differently. You may decide, no, we're not going to take the Presidium's advice, we're not going to take Mr. Fraser's advice. We'll make our own decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Polivka. We've been very generous. You've had more than 3 minutes.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Richards.
Delegates, this is a very sensitive topic and also very timely, and I am only here as a point of information at this point. There is a website known as InsideTheGames.biz, which just came to my attention, and it states the ISU, the International Skating Union, maintains their ban on Russian and Belarusian skaters. There's a full article about this that you can read for yourselves. A decision was taken by the ISU Council and its meeting today in Budapest to prolong restrictions against the Russian and Belarusians after discussing the International Olympic Committee's recommendations. And it goes on from there. I present this to you, so I ask the Presidium, in their work, are they staying in touch with what other sports are doing in response to the IOC, and are you doing the same in your countries? And are we prepared to make such a statement that we do not want the Ukrainian motions to go forward when other, much stronger Olympic federations obviously have made a decision to continue with their ban of Russian and Belarusian skaters? Just a statement. You should read it for yourselves.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Mr. Fraser.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richards, but I disagree with you that this touches on the question of whether or not the Ukrainian motion is out of order. It's interesting information. Just to tell you, we are very well aware of this website, and the Presidium takes a great deal of time to keep track of all these different organizations and of the media. For example, you saw yesterday, Mr. Richards, yes, you saw yesterday in the PD meeting, in the forum, I beg your pardon, when the General Secretary made his presentation about the analysis of worldwide media coverage, that we are analyzing this and tracking all of this very carefully. So we are well aware of it. What has been decided by another international federation is not whether the question is out of order. It has been decided to make certain decisions about whether or not athletes can participate. I don't know how they did that, but it is out of order at this meeting to start talking about aggression, military invasions, and things like that. You've spoken. You asked a question.
Yes. And you answered it?
Yep, I did. I just finished.
You're following other sports, and then you can...
No. We follow the media, and we have staff and volunteers who read very carefully so much of the information that is published by international federations and other sources about sport. So I wanted to assure you that we are well informed about this topic and that it is, of course, very important and it is very serious. But that does not change the Presidium's motion or the Presidium's opinion that this motion should not be heard here today.
I can certainly say to you, Ken, thank you. I can certainly say to you that it's actually a bit, you know, there's a lot of information that we get every few days on every article that comes through. So we have actually made sure that we know exactly what is coming out in every sports federation and in the sports press. No, I appreciate that. I think we're just trying to do too many things. But thank you, I appreciate it. All right, as there is no further debate, I mean, as Mr. Fraser said, we all have major sympathies for the Ukrainian people. We obviously all do not want this to continue. The human suffering is outrageous, the deaths are outrageous, but unfortunately that motion is out of order. I ask, who is in favour of the Presidium motion that this motion is out of order? Green cards, please. Everyone up? Okay. Who is against this motion of the Presidium? Okay, so we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. 18, do you agree? Are there any abstentions? 2 abstentions, yes? 4, sorry. 4? 6. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we're now going to continue.
You have to declare.
Sorry, the motion has been carried. Thank you all. So now we have motion 9, and I suggest Mr. Fraser, I imagine, can repeat exactly what he's just said for the previous motion. I asked Mr. Polivka if he is prepared to withdraw the other motions. Yes, sure, of course. Come.
Mr. Vahin.
Yeah, Mr. Vahin from Ukraine, latest member of the Legal Commission.
Dear delegates, dear Presidium members, I would like to repeat, maybe Mr. Polivka was misunderstood. Ukraine would ask to withdraw motions number 36.9, 36.10 and 36.12. We wanted to withdraw motion 36.8 as well, but it has already been voted. So if it's okay, if it's right according to our statutes, we would like to withdraw motions number 36.8, 36.9, 36.10, and 36.12.
All right, thank you. Shall we just thank you for withdrawing those motions. Now, what's your next?
And we will leave motion 36.11.
All right, just give me a moment, Mr. Fraser. Can we get just 1 minute? Just 1 minute. No, you can stay for the minute. Yeah, stay.
I need to find out which one it is.
I can help you, Mr. Fraser.
Yeah. Suspension of representatives of Russia and Belarus, both athletes and officials, from all WDSF events, meetings, and camps until the end of military aggression of these states against Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, I can only repeat that the Presidium considered all of these motions very carefully. The motion to expel the Russian Federation could not proceed because the Ukrainian Federation did not completely follow the requirements of notice to the Russian Federation to expel. All of these motions have the same content and the same characteristic, and it relates not to sporting questions, but to an external question about politics and military aggression. And so the Presidium maintains its position that this motion is out of order, and that it should be, that the general meeting should vote to remove this motion from the 2023 agenda and to order that it shall not be heard at the 2023 WDSF AGM. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I say we can economy some time and withdraw all motions except 36.11. It will be shorter for us.
Yeah, look, we understand, but can I make a suggestion to you? Mr. Fraser has now spoken to the Presidium motion that 3611 is out of order, and you are entitled to speak to disagree with Mr. Fraser. So now you can actually disagree with Mr. Fraser and the Presidium on 3611.
Yes.
So you're actually getting the opportunity to speak.
Yes.
So would you like to speak for 3 minutes as to why this motion is not out of order and that we should continue?
Yes, we would like to speak about
Yes.
36.11
and
all another we withdraw.
Yeah, we've already withdrawn the other motions, but please, you can now speak to 3611.
What we do now, we move to 36.11, or firstly we withdraw and then move?
You've already withdrawn them because I said to the meeting, you offered to withdraw, and I said, yes, we accept you withdraw, and I went straight to 3611. I then asked Mr. Fraser for him to say why it's out of order, and now you're starting the debate as to why it's not out of order. So you're entitled to speak.
I'm sorry, one more time, I only wanted to ask if we should vote to withdraw them or not.
Oh, no.
Because according to statutes, we should.
No. No, if any delegate of any WDSF member, or any honorary member for that matter, wishes to withdraw a motion, all that you have to do is to say, we withdraw this motion, and then it is withdrawn and finished.
Okay, then if I can speak about 36.11, I have my time. Okay.
So look, let's start the time from now so you get the full 3 minutes, please, to Elena. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So the Presidium considers that this motion is out of order at our official meeting, which is a sport meeting, because this motion proposes action outside the scope of an organization object as defined in its statutes. But I want to underline that according to Article 2.A of the WDSF statutes, the objects of the WDSF are to organize, govern, represent, produce and promote dance sport, and this motion is exactly about organizing and governing of the dance sport. I would like you to remind what 36.11 is about. It's about taking part, about participation of Russians and Belarusian athletes in the WDSF competitions. We ask you to support this motion, and we will want to amend it after you will support to leave it to remain it in the WDSF AGM agenda. So now we ask you to reject the Presidium's motion and to reject the Presidium's motion, and then we will amend it in the proper way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, who's that? Mr. Polivka. No. Yep, Mr. Polivka's next.
I only want to emphasize, thank you very much for one time, that this is about competing in, competing couple, yes? So this is about participation couple. So this is only, and this is in our statute. This is, for me also, in order. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next. From Turkey.
Hello, I'm from Turkey. My name is Ozan Çelik. Dear delegates, dear Presidium, I was in Kiev when the war started on 24 February 2022, and I had to pass to Poland by my car, which took my 2 days. If you allow the politicians, or whatever you call, the dictators and whatever, and give them no consequences, can you ask them to stop the war? No. What should we do? We should stop, we should press the individuals, the people in their countries. We should give some consequences who are living in those countries. It can be the normal people or athletes. I don't care. But I want the and at least hope the individuals to press their politicians to stop the war. Do we have any other choice as a person or WDSF or the federations? Answer is no. Let's think two classmates at a school or in your dance school, and they're fighting each other, they are beating each other, and one kid starting to kill the family members of the other kid. And you will say them, okay, you can come to my dance school next day, will you? And now we are trying to allow the dancers who are killing the other families, other people, and we are saying to them, okay, you can come to our competitions. Really? Come on, no, this is not possible, I'm sorry. So, Mr. Fraser says that Presidium is not supporting this idea. That's nice. And Mr. Tony Tinelli says, we are sad about the situation, but that's not enough. We can be sad. It's like, I am sad, my son, I don't want you to buy these good shoes, but I will not give you the money. No. If you want it, so you must give the money to buy these shoes to your child. WDSF is called as a family. At least, let's say if it is a family, so let's protect each other, because dancers are dying, and our trainer friends from Ukraine are dying. They are dying. They were here, or maybe they were there as a guest, but they are not here anymore. They died already. And Presidium says that this is a sport organization, and this is not about politics. So, I just ask to all of you, including delegates and Presidium, if this is just a sport, and if this sport protects the people, so can we do like this? So can we go to the war line, under the bombs, and we can say, oh, we are from WDSF or TDSF, and we are here as athletes, so these bombs will not affect us. They will affect us. We are gonna all die. It's just very easy to speak here, and you're just saying that we are not supporting the war, so I want to see the result. So I want to say, if this war wouldn't be stopped by Ukraine, it would go to Poland, maybe Moldova and Romania and the other countries. So I wish to Ukraine to glory in their language, Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next. From Denmark.
Dear Presidium, dear delegates, we want you to take the no to the Presidium motion and amend some text to the Ukraine original motion 4. We feel that if the text was amended to include, but does not include Russian passport holders presenting other countries, it would be easier to discuss the possibility of supporting our Ukrainian friends. Because then the Russian and Belarus athletes can compete, but only if they compete under another flag, and then they don't support Russia or Belarus, but support the new flag. And then it could be possible. So we ask to amend this text in the Ukraine motion 4. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lena?
Lena Arvidsson, Sweden. You who were at the European AGM knows what I'm about to say, because I know the sports are supposed to be non-political. I know the sports are supposed to unify, make us go together, make the world a better place and where we all can live. But we are also part of a political system that really involves with this war, unfortunately. So the Nordic Olympic and Paralympic committees, together with the Sports Confederation in the Nordic countries, had come together and they have made this statement, which we as a federation needs to follow. And it says, the situation with the war in Ukraine has not changed. Therefore, we stand firm in our position not to open for Russian and Belarusian athletes and officials in the international sports participation. Now is not the right time to consider their return. That's the position. We, Nordic Olympic Committee, Paralympic committees and confederations of sport take this opportunity to reaffirm our steadfast support once again with the Ukrainian people and the demand for peace. And we also really want to have a close dialogue with the relevant stakeholders to evaluate and monitor the situation closely. I feel bad for all the athletes. I feel bad for Ukraine. And I want to have the war to be ended. But we need to stand by this, by the Olympic committees in our Nordic countries. Thank you.
We have the delegate from Belarus.
Dear DanceSport colleagues, I represent the Belarus DanceSport Alliance at this meeting. I think that issue is not subject to discussion because according to
I'm sorry, do you mind just putting the microphone down? And if we could restart the time, please?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. From Belarus.
I think that this issue is not subject to discussion because according to the Olympic Charter, sport is out of politics. WDSF is not just a federation. It is a community of like-minded people who does everything in their power to act in the interests of dance sport development and in the interests of athletes. I'm here because it is the task and the duty of every national member body to support their athletes and officials and protect their rights. In our opinion, all athletes should have equal rights, and they should be able to demonstrate their achievements in the international area. The Belarusian athletes should not be the exception. We shouldn't take away the right of athletes to participate in competitions, because this is one of the main parts of their life, and we don't have the right to deprive them that life. And in my point of view, we must try to manage all tough issues in cooperation and in direct communication. Our main mission in this situation is not to divide, but to unite, because united we gain and divided we fall. And as Mr. Bach said, faster, higher, stronger, together. And together, it's a main word. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Lithuania.
My name is Diana Gornatkevičienė, and I represent Lithuanian Dance Sport Federation. I want to say that in Lithuania, we have governmental restrictions in terms of event organization and acceptance of Russian and Belarusian athletes. And following that, the federation will not be able to apply for any financial funds or support from the state in case we accept Russian and Belarusian athletes. As far as I understand, opening the doors for neutral individuals, as it says, means that the doors will be closed for the Ukrainians. And who and how will assess the neutrality of the involved? And from my personal perspective, as long as bombs are exploded over the sky of Ukraine, and innocent people, including athletes, are killed, we must not be ignorant.
Thank you. Latvia.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Yuri Sarais. I am the General Secretary of Latvian DanceSport Federation. I'm Latvian and I was born in the Soviet Union. And I have many friends of Russian descent in the Baltics, Latvia, United States, all over Europe, and in Russia. I met my friends today also in this meeting. But this does not go hand in hand with what we're talking about. We are talking about the Russian aggression, and to say that today we need to divide politics from the sport, I think is absolutely inappropriate. This is a bigger or smaller victory of the man having caused this war. I believe that the common sense will win. I would like just to add that, like Lithuanian colleagues said, Latvia will not also be able to participate in any WDSF competition in Latvia, outside Latvia, if the Russian athletes and Belarusian athletes or officials would participate. This is our rule, our governmental rule. We would be deprived immediately of all the money. But first of all, first and foremost, this is our belief, not only my belief, but also my president's belief. Our presidium's 100% belief that this is inappropriate in this moment for Russian and Belarusian sportsmen to participate, to compete in the time when the bombshells fall in the Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you. Portugal.
Hello. First of all, I think that debate is important, and finding a legal way of saying that it's out of order, a subject that is so important, because we are not talking about rules and regulations. We are talking about the invasion of a country and the consequences that are resulting for Ukraine, and solidarity that we all should show to the invaded country. And solidarity has to mean more than mere words and texts, beautiful texts that we can publish. Solidarity has to mean also behaviors and attitudes. Let me just quote Martin Niemöller regarding during the Second World War. He said, "When the Nazis came for the communists, I was in silence. I was not communist. When they came for the Social Democrats, I remained in silence. I was not a Social Democrat. When they came for the trade unionists, I didn't say anything. I was not a trade unionist. When they came for the Jews, I remained quiet. I was not Jew. When they came for me, there was no one to help." So I think that we all must consider that some consequences have to be imposed and considered, not just saying that let us unite and forget what's happening in the world and the consequences for the families, for the people who are really living the war, and say that we are neutral because it's nothing to do with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Ashley from Denmark.
Good afternoon, Ashley Williamson from Denmark. I just had two questions, I think to Nenad in reference to the practicality of this. I know we're throwing out a motion at the moment, but it's more about the discussion of the Russian and Belarusian athletes coming in to play. When we know that there are the Ukrainians are not allowed to participate on competitions where Russian and Belarusian athletes are participating, who will be the one to choose which Russian or Belarusian athletes or Ukrainian athletes can compete, for example, at a world championship? Who is allowed to compete? Now, if they're able to compete under a white flag, That's the first question. And the second question is, will this have any impact on the national member bodies in reference to applying to be granted any of these championships if they know that they're not allowed to accept Russian or Belarusian athletes into their borders? Will this mean that they will not be granted the championships? So it's those two questions in the practicality of what this means. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ashley. So just to answer first, if you carefully read announcement about these possibilities that one day Russian and Belarusian athletes participate, it is according to the recommendation of IOC, WDS follow, and like it followed in 24th of February, the same thing, recommendation of the IOC. But also on this statement, it says that we need to provide the operating policy, what means neutrality, what will be the conditions. And after that, we can see, according to also synchronization with the IOC, when and how will be determining the body who will identify this possible neutrality. So definitely will be no one person, and definitely we are walking on the tiny edge, and we are fully empathy with everything what's happening. But just to say one comment, IOC came to this resolution decision because of violation of the human rights for the both sides. And we are talking, and yesterday I heard the comments, sports is for civilized people. Athletes are civilized people. We are talking about the people. I had a personal experience. I was banned because I was born in Serbia and I was an athlete. And I know how that feels. So the point is that we, first of all, have our names and we are what we are. And then I'm from Serbia. So we are fully aware about discrimination, what was presented to us by the chair of the anti-discrimination body in the United Nations. And we understand, we have full empathy. We do not agree, we do not accept this aggression, but this is a completely different story. So we are fully aware about our responsibility, about all possible problems. We have extremely hot potato in our hands, extremely. Whatever we decide will create a problem for WDSF, for all of us. And this is not something what Presidium of the WDSF created. We are trying to find best possible solution to respect, first of all, humans on each side. It doesn't matter from which country they are coming. This is our position. And I would like to say that we are searching for the body who will identify and work this job. And we have some recommendations by IOC. This is independent institutions or companies. There are many other options at the moment, but first we need to come with the operating policy, and then after that, we're going to continue with the procedure. Yeah. So yesterday we also talked about that briefly, and about these events, granted events and possibilities and so on. So I mentioned, and you're all aware, that we, not hot potato, it's burning. And we, if you carefully read how it is motioned, announced, how it is explained, it is that we are following recommendation of the IOC, but we also acknowledge and accept decision of each individual country and the National Olympic Committee of the potential organizers. Because you as an organizers have a problem, and we also have a problem like you. So this, our decision, include options and possibility for the organizers to follow the national rules and the National Olympic Committee decisions. No, we will not change the granting.
Thank you very much. If you'd just like to introduce yourself, yeah.
Hello, I'm Marina Esklin, and I'm representing World Rock and Roll Confederation. As on our AGM, what we had in March 2023, we excluded all Russian and Belarus judges, coaches, and athletes in our competition. So this is our support for Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have Zach from USA.
Dear colleagues, I just wanted to draw to your attention here exactly how the WDSF's position on this matter will affect the current Olympic initiative as it relates to the qualification procedures that have already transpired. You will have at least 5 Ukrainian dancers who have already positioned themselves for at least the OQS in 2024, leading into Paris 2024, who will no longer be able to proceed forward in their Olympic dreams. I implore all of you to take the moral position in this matter and do best by their dreams and what we should all stand for in this, regarding the morality of this position. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Valeri from Spain.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will say why I think that this motion is out of order. I just check a list of invasions in the last 10 years. I can read you how many invasions in the world in the last 10 years. We never discussed, I think I was in the last 10 years, I was in all AGMs. We never discussed about take positions about invasions. If you want, I can read you the list. 2022, Al-Shabaab invasion to Ethiopia. 2022, Ukraine, invasion of Ukraine, I mean. 2018, invasion of Socotra. 2017, invasion of Gambia, and so on and so on and so on. I think the solidarity to Ukraine, we show every day ourselves with our actions, what we do personally, but it is not subject of our WDSF meeting to take political, and I think it's quite political, decisions about this matter. Thank you very much.
I think we're going to close the debate. I think we've had a very good chance to hear from a number of delegates. So I'm going to put, the motion has been moved by Mr. Fraser, and we're going to put the motion, which is that, sorry, where are we? I'd already closed the debate, Ken. No, thank you. Look, thank you. So I'm going to put the motion. The motion is that the WDSF Presidium, or actually Jim, do you want to read?
The discussion has ranged very widely, and I don't criticize that, I understand it. But I would like to just emphasize and clarify what we're voting on, or what we're about to vote on here. It's a motion by the Presidium that the motion of Ukraine, which requires suspension of representatives of Russia and Belarus, both athletes and officials, from all WDSF events, meetings, and camps until the end of the military aggression of these states against Ukraine, is out of order, and accordingly it is hereby fully and finally removed from the agenda of this general meeting and shall not be heard. That is the motion which the Presidium has made. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, all those in favour that this motion is out of order. Green cards for whoever is in favour. All right, I think we might have to vote, we might have to count this, so please put your hands clearly up. Scrutineers, can you please get up and do what you did last time, 2 on each side, and count from the top to the bottom and the bottom to the top, and let's make sure we've got this absolutely correct. Please keep the green cards up. We're still going. Green cards up. Is this side finished or not? We're still going. Hand up, please. Will you consult and make sure that you agree? Yep, good. Okay, 34 on this side. Sorry, was that 34 or 44? 34. 34 and 44. Did you count Mr. Fraser's? Okay, 75 then votes in favour of rejecting the motion. 44. 79, sorry, apologies. All right, all those against rejecting the motion is out of order. Please place your red card up. Okay, we have 20 on the left. $13, so we have 33 against. Are there any abstentions? 2, 4, 6, is that it? Yep. All right, thank you. Sorry, 2, yeah. Thank you, the motion that this is out of order is passed. Now, thank you for that. It is a very, very difficult issue. As Mr. Jeff Tick says, it is a very hot potato. There are no simple solutions. But just contemplate for 1 minute. I'm not asking for people to disclose, but just contemplate how many people in this meeting as officials have a Russian passport or a Belarusian passport. Just think about it. What would happen if, in fact, this motion did eventually get put and get passed? I just asked you to consider it. So we're now going to move on. So just 1 moment, please. Number 12 has been withdrawn. We are now up to the members' motions. And as a point of order, I ask the Vice President for Legal Affairs to read Article 11.3 A, B, C of the WDSF statutes and to refer to the WDSF operating policy regarding annual general meetings.
General meeting procedures are governed primarily by Article 11 of the WDSF statutes. 11.3 says, in order to ensure a fair and democratic process and the efficient conduct of business, the proceedings of the general meeting shall be governed by the following rules of order. A, motions may be made by any delegate, presidium member, or honorary member. B, the following take precedence over all other matters before the meeting, in the following order: points of order, points of privilege, and points of information. C, every member of the presidium may speak at the general meeting, and in the event of a dispute, the following is the order of precedence for speaking and proposing motions. 1, the chairman, 2, presidium members, 3, delegates, 4, honorary members, and 5, guests. D, the chair shall recognize the delegates in order of their request to speak. Of course, motions being made by any delegate, that is governed by the notice provisions primarily of the WDSF statutes, which require you to submit motions 3 months in advance. So this is not an invitation to start making every motion that you might want to make, but it has to do with other motions such as points of order, points of information, and procedural motions.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. In the e-booklet you received, it was stated that any requests for recognition of guests as speakers during the annual general meeting should be made in writing to the General Secretary at least 1 week prior to the commencement of the general meeting. for consideration by the Presidium before the general meeting, giving reasons for the application. At the Presidium meeting held on Thursday, 8th of June, the Presidium agreed to provide speaking rights at the discretion of the Chair to the following members of the Breaking Events management team who had requested that privilege according to that rule. This applies to Max, MG and Sweet Lou, who joined the head of the Breaking Events management team, Bojan, who is a full voting Presidium member. So now we move on, and we have motion 37-1 from the Czech Republic. I ask the Czech delegate if they wish to proceed with that motion. Yes, thank you. Sorry, apologies, what?
The motion will be on screen?
Look, just one moment. Is it possible to put, the delegate has asked if the motion could go on the screen.
No, it's okay. Now it's okay.
Yes?
Thank you very much, Mr. Tilani, for the work. Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, dear Presidium, Czech Republic Federation. Czech Federation brings the motion about to stop using absolute judging system on the top competitions of the World DanceSport Federation. I would say a few words about this. I already heard yesterday in the forum that there was created a group of developing the absolute judging system forward, which I completely appreciate, and I thank you, Mr. Jevčić, for the work that he's trying to make the system better. But there is a but. In the same time, we can say that the system is not good now. So I hope in the future there will be the system working much better, but now the system is not working in a proper way. The reasons why you could read before in the booklet. We put the motion completely in the big structure, so you could read all the reasons why we made these decisions. And the decision is made also after so many talks on the competitions with the judges, with the athletes, with officials about the system that it's really not appropriate and not working in the right way. So I'm looking forward in the future for a great system. I am completely for the system in the future, but it's not now. I would take one example. There was one case, maybe you are aware. The case was with the Boeing company of aircrafts. There was a big issue about one thing in the plane, and there was a mistake in the plane, and because of this mistake, 2 aircrafts, Boeing 737 MAX, has crashed and killed 400 people. After that was a big issue in the courts, and the Boeing need to say, yeah, the system is not working, and we need to stop producing the aircrafts until the time when the problem is solved. So in this way, in this matter, we would like to also ask you delegates to now there is a chance to stop using the absolute judging system in the top competition until there will be new version and a better version of absolute judging system for the next future generations. And up to now we can still use the skating system, which is completely easy to work, and it's much more foolproof up to now than the absolute judging system how is working now. So thank you very much. I hope you understand, and now you have a chance to speak for the dancers and for the judges to say no to absolute judging system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we have Mr. Williams from Australia?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Dallas Williams. I'm the delegate from Australia and also the Chief Executive Officer for DanceSport Australia. I rise to speak against the motion to stop the AJS. And in full disclosure here, I'm also chair of the Technical Systems Committee, so I do get an insight into how the AJS works and all the different complaints that have come in and that are analysed by the committee. So, you know, I do feel quite often that there's a lot of misrepresentation, especially when it comes to trying to compare, and this is from the very first version of AJS that was ever used, to the current version now. The WDSF is the only dance sport organisation on the face of the earth that strives to improve a judging system. And this component and the feedback of criteria is absolutely part of the whole system. To isolate out the various sections is a mistake. We have an excellent system that has raised the assets of the WDSF, not just in our events, but also in our judges. The whole academy system is built on criteria. It allows our judges to see better. What we need to do is to work to improve the systems and get a better understanding of how these things are. Just to simply stop and take a step back is working in the wrong direction. We have developed the assets, and when I say assets, that's our Grand Slam series. Our production companies that work with that work very hard to produce something exciting. We have our formation teams, and we also have the show dance. Now, all these use the AJS system. And if we pass this motion, this wipes out the AJS because it states all competitions. So formation would be out, and so would the show dance. You know, we need to work forward. So I say, please do not pass this motion. Let's work as a family and work forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. It looks like, yes, Mr. Polivka from Ukraine.
Hello, dear delegates. I hope we all understand that we have to speak not about system, about people who are using this system. Thank you.
Mr. Jeftik, do you want to say something?
Yes, I would like to say, first of all, to Delegate of Ukraine, Andrei Polivka, thank you very much. As you know, dear delegates, Presidium opposes this motion, and also Dallas Williams clearly explained various reasons. I would like to say that it is not acceptable for us that we go back and just stop to using the AGS and go back to the skating system. AGS is developed according to the instructions and directions also by the IOC, actually the PwC company who did analysis for the breaking judging system even before, and give us also information in which direction we should go. And the point is that we are really trying to develop and improve the system. Obviously, humans can make system good or can make system very bad. So this is the first point, and we are aware that judging system is not perfect, but also there were some probably moments where some people are extreme in their evaluation of the performances and they're extreme in their scores. But that is the situation with every system with extreme people. And the other thing is that we actually need to improve and make system better. So this proposal, what yesterday Mr. Dallas Williams presented you, is the one of the projects. The other project is real improvement existing judging system, absolute judging system, until we not completely develop this what was Dallas presented to you. In order to that, I would say that there is a lot of serious actions to improve system in way to prevent extreme and not ethical and not professional adjudicators to exercise than what some of them did in the past. So we oppose, and we cannot go back because of various reasons. Our main thing is also that we have to stay in order and in line with the IOC requirements. And we think that is more appropriate and more, it is better for image of WDSF. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The delegate? To respond, you've got 3 minutes, yes, from Czech.
Thank you very much for your answers. I would like to just say a few words. First of all, for the IOC, especially Mr. Tony Tillani said that it's very important to have a system with criteria. I think we have a criteria, and also in our motion, we fully try to motivate and support that we need to have the criteria. And one thing on the absolute judging system is that the criteria was made more clear. But the criteria and absolute judging system are two things. So this could be separate way. And also the criteria with skating system was from, it started from ICAD, then turns to, also we are using in Czech Republic the DTV, the German rules for the German criteria for the judging system. So there are two versions of criteria. So in this way, the criteria and the judging system are two different ways. About the system, about the human errors, what Mr. Jevčić was saying, I think the system needs to be foolproof. And the absolute judging system is far from what is foolproof system. Let's say maybe in easy way, who don't understand the words, it's like a stupid proof system. It's the system who is completely trying to push out the mistakes. So we cannot say alibistically, okay, this is a wrong judge. He's making extreme. I think the system should stop the wrong judging, the extreme judging. And the absolute judging system is not doing that. It's opening the doors to a big mistakes, which I think needs to be changed. And until it is changed, it's better to a little bit step back, to use for a while a skating system before we will have much better absolute judging system. And I'm really looking forward to that we will have a better absolute judging system, and I'm hoping a lot effort, and I'm putting a lot of effort to Mr. Dallas and his group that he will make in the future much better system. So I'm not against. I think now is the time we still don't have the right system. And last thing about the IOC, that we need this system, I think it's a little bit opposite, because breaking comes to Olympics in the time where there was judging in the way of this one, or this one. And after that, they changed the system. Now we have the system. We can change it when we will be on the Olympics, the standard and Latin discipline. I think we will be ready with the system. We are still not there, and I think we still don't need it. This is my...
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just a point of clarification. Let us be very clear that the system that the IOC has accepted is not a skating system. It is a system that we have developed and improved, and it has been independently assessed by the IOC experts as being an appropriate system, and it is superior to the original breaking judging system, which is not comparable to the skating system. Dear delegates, we are a sports federation, and with subjective judging, we must have components, not comparing one athlete to the next 99. We must be able to assess the performance of each athlete based on performance. The skating system does not do that. So, can I ask for your votes? All of those in favour of the Czech motion? 4. All those against? I think it's very clear. The motion is lost. Thank you. With regards to motion from 37.2, the Czech motion, I can say that the Presidium supports this motion. Does the Czech delegate wish to speak? We support what you're asking for. Where are you? Sorry. No? You're happy not to speak? All right. Is there any debate, or can I put the motion? All right, I put the motion. Who is in favour of this motion? Green cards, please. Who is against this motion? Red cards. No one against? Any abstentions? Unanimous. Well done. Okay, we come to 37.3, Germany, Rule 5b, reimbursement of expenses. I will call on the German delegate to speak to this, and I believe that there might be some change to the motion maybe.
Dear delegates, as we all got to know very painfully in the last few years, the cost of organizing events and sports exploded exponentially. Increasing costs for locations, travel expenses, hotel accommodations, and so on make it nearly impossible to go on like before. In Germany, in 2023, we alone have 9 international events, and every organizer, local organizer of these events, come to me and ask me for pushing this motion. The intention of our motion is not to transfer the financial burden to the athletes, but to share it between organizers, athletes, and perhaps the sending federations. We think that the sum of maximal 50 Swiss francs is adequate and will help a bit. This motion is based on urgent wishes of our international, well-known local organizers and regional federations. We kindly ask for supporting this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, am I correct that there is an amendment from Austria?
Good afternoon, Wolfgang Gilias from Austria. We support this motion, but we suggest an amendment because I think with the additional open competitions we today voted on, the European Open Championships, it might be difficult to find organizers for those championships where this entry fee is not available currently. So I suggest that this possibility to ask for an entry fee is extended to any WDSF competition and any WDSF championship, regardless if it's world or European or continental. That's the ask for the amendment.
All right, so sorry, so your exact change is to that the fee can apply to all competitions, not just, all championships.
Even the closed one. If those were only two couples or one couple in attendance competition,
got it,
is to be nominated by the national member federations.
All right, so are members clear on this? Yes? All right, I think, do you accept, Mr. Rausch, the amendment? Okay, so now so then the amendment is automatically accepted. So now we move to the motion. Is there debate? It looks like we have unanimity here. Unless somebody wants to debate this, can I have everyone in favour of the motion? Thank you. Who is against this motion? Any two against? Yes. Any four? Sorry, 6. Apologies. 6. Okay. 8. No, 8. 8 is it? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 10 is against. Yes. Abstentions, please. We've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Anyone on this side? No. 14 abstentions. I declare the motion carried. We now go to 37.4, Italy, competition rules. Is there a proposal to withdraw this motion? Is that correct? Yes? Okay, the motion is therefore withdrawn. So, motion 37.5, the Netherlands. Competition rules. Is there a proposal to withdraw this motion? Thank you very much, Delegate from Netherlands. So the motion is withdrawn. 37.6, Portugal, regarding WDSF Adjudicator A licence. Is there a proposal? Okay, you're going to speak. Good, thank you.
Our motion is for us to do reflection on how it's working now, the adjudicators from WDSF and the PD adjudicators. When WDSF decided to create the PD division, the plan was to give an answer to a problem that aroused between WDSF and the entity. It was set a division between WDSF adjudicators and WDSF PD adjudicators, with the aim to establish a filter and create a kind of elite judges that would qualify more than others to adjudicate different kind of events. The reality now is that the number of WDSF PD events are very few, as is the number of participants. This created a decrease in the number of adjudicators renewing their licenses. Having the same requirements, exams, and participating in the same congresses, this separation between licensed A judges from WDSF and professional division adjudicators, in our view, does not have a reason to exist in today's reality. To solve this problem, we present the motion to extinguish the difference between the WDSF PD adjudicator license and simultaneously to enable all WDSF A licensed adjudicators to judge WDSF PD events. Of course, that this has financial consequences because the PD division receives the license of the PD adjudicators, and in our view also it should be compensated, and it should be compensated by increasing slightly the license fee for the WDSF adjudicators to compensate the income of the professional division. This is our motion.
Thank you, Portugal. I believe, Verena, you'll be speaking to this.
My question only is, why didn't you address this motion to yesterday PD AGM?
We did not address this question to the professional division yesterday because we think that this has to be a decision from WDSF in terms of ruling the adjudicators. That's the only reason.
All right. Are there, Nenad, I believe you want to speak?
Yes, thank you very much. Well, I would like to comment here that Presidium opposed this motion because this is not just a question of the money. How we will compensate the money. There is a sense of everything. We are fully aware about the position of the PD and the WDSF General Division, let's say. But in this way, if we just increase the fee for the adjudicator A license, and that include the PD license inside in this A license, actually national member bodies don't have any reasons to be a member anymore, probably. So there are many other things, and this is even more strategical question than the question of the money. On the other hand, we're going to increase the cost for the adjudicators. For those who actually don't have experience and they're not willing at all to be a professional division adjudicator. So we are just in a position that we do not support this motion.
Okay. It looks like we don't have any other speakers.
So
Sorry, apologies. No, I'm about to introduce. You're allowed to have 3 minutes. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten.
No, my question is, so it's not the money, of course. So what is the difference in terms of qualification between a PD adjudicator and a license A adjudicator? The qualification, the maintenance of the license, what is exactly the difference? Because we propose this motion exactly because we cannot understand the difference.
Okay, I'm not involved with the PD, but I would say to you it's all about the structure. And what you're doing by proposing this change is undermining the structure of the PD. Now, maybe what you need to do is to go away and discuss it with Verena and find another solution. So we have an open mind, but this is not the solution. What you're doing is you're undermining the structure in the system.
I would like to add one thing, actually, to answer on your question with another question. What is the difference between PD athlete and the other athletes?
The category. The category is different. No.
Yeah, the professional athletes, what is the difference between A license and professional division license? It is the same. What is different between amateur license and professional athletes? The same story.
I don't see it that way, but okay.
Can I ask you to do your 3-minute response to close the motion? Thank you. You don't want to say anything else? No. Oh, okay. Sorry. Apologies. Okay. We've closed the debate. Who is in favour of this motion from Portugal? Okay, 2, 4, 6. 6 votes, 8, 10 votes in favour. All those against this motion? Okay, are there any abstentions? There's 4, 6, 8 abstentions. Thank you, the motion is lost. Now we go on to motion 37.7. Portugal, WDSF Online Chairpersons Congress. Can we have the mover? Oh, there you are. You didn't have to go away.
Sorry. Okay, regarding this motion, our aim and our idea is that the rules and regulations are constantly changing, and we think that it is very important that the chairpersons have access to regular, at least once per year, access to a meeting, preferably online, because it's cost saving for everyone, and it goes with the sustainability policies, so that WDSF can have a meeting, annual meeting with all chairpersons in order to update the rules, regulations, and because actually the role that a chairperson does in any event is very important, because first of all is the representative of WDSF on that event, and this is why we consider it's very important. Anyhow, we will withdraw this motion, because we have already lightly discussed with Mr. Vice President for Sports, and we think that we will find a solution that goes close to our aim. Thank you.
Thank you. That's greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Duarte. And as we discussed, we're going to elaborate this and find solution. Thank you.
Okay. I now call on Jim Fraser as VP for Legal Affairs to explain the Presidium's view that as the Presidium motions were passed, the following Ukrainian motions are out of order. Thank you, Jim.
These motions were either withdrawn by Ukraine or the general meeting voted to find them out of order and to remove them from the agenda. Accordingly, they are all removed from the agenda.
Is there any comments? No, thank you. We will continue. I now ask the meeting to agree to appoint Mr. Jim Fraser as chair of this meeting to go through items 38 to 41, to conduct the elections for the Ethics Committee and then the Disciplinary Council, and consider the 2 urgency motions. Are there any discussions to Mr. Fraser being appointed as chair? All right. Can we have a motion? Yes? Yes, Mr. Jeftik. So, who is in favour of Mr. Fraser assuming the chair for the two urgency motions? Well, it's actually 4 all up. Okay, is there anyone against? Any abstentions? Oh, yes, we've got 2 against. Any abstentions? 1, fine. Okay, thank you. The motion is passed. Mr. Fraser, I hand the chair to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tileni. Thank you, dear delegates. We now proceed to a series of motions. The first motion is that this meeting will permit a motion of urgency under the WDSF statutes to conduct the elections of the Ethics Committee. The reason that this is a motion of urgency is because we were not finally decided on the candidates, pardon me, for the Ethics Committee until after the agenda was delivered to you. And so we must make this motion to add it. But the statutes require that we do elect the Ethics Committee every 4 years, and this is that year. So that is the Presidium's motion. I call for debate.
Yes, please. Well, I'm not the chair, Mr.
Sorry,
Fraser's.
the delegate from Turkey? Yes. Please proceed.
Not so long to say, shortly, because I'm very, very disappointed. Ethics, moral principles that govern a person's behavior or the conducting of an activity. 2, the branch of knowledge that deals with moral principles. Against the war, against country Ukraine, the things that you voted for me is not ethical. Thank you.
The delegate from Ukraine.
One more time, good afternoon, dear delegates and dear Presidium. I'm generally not against, I vote against, but I'm not against elections. I understand that it must be, but it must be in proper way. So what does it mean? I don't know, generally it's maybe my suggestions to Presidium, if I can. Because it's written that elections held at the general meeting must be submitted to the general secretary or a presidium member authorities by the presidium or the presidium in writing by mail or email not later than 6 weeks before the general meeting. And the candidates shall be accompanied by a brief but the main things, the candidacies will be published no later than 4 weeks before the general meeting on the internet website where the agenda and the motions have been posted. Somebody know where the candidacies are posted? So we create situation when I am really aware that somebody then can say that this is creating in not a proper way. We have terms, and we broke these terms, and somebody can go to the court and say, come on, it was not with our statute. So let's think, maybe we need to do this election in a proper way with published candidacies, maybe in extraordinary general meeting or something like this, or you create situation that you do in the way that terms it's not about your motions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Polivka is correct as far as he goes. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, and of course our candidacy, like we not put our candidacy to these elections, not only because legal commissions, but only it can be like not a good, not in a proper way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Polivka. Mr. Polivka is correct as far as he goes, but what he has not done is recited Article 11.8 of the statutes, and I will read that to you now. It is very short. Notwithstanding any other provision to the contrary in these statutes, the Presidium may submit urgent motions to the General Meeting without prior notice, with the approval of a 2/3 majority vote. So what that says is if we have a 2/3 majority vote to proceed to the election of the WDSF Ethics Committee, then we may do so, notwithstanding anything else in the statutes. So it is a provision that cures or corrects or wipes away any defects. Yeah, you've spoken already, Mr. Polivka. No, you've spoken already on this motion. I'm sorry, but we have to limit speaking so that any other people can have an opportunity to speak. Is there any other speaker? Then, dear delegates, I ask you for the vote. Who is in favor of this motion of urgency? Please raise your green cards. Who is opposed to this motion? Okay, I see 2, 3, 5, 4. 2, 4, 6. Okay. 6 opposed. Abstentions? I see no abstentions. We clearly have a 2/3 majority. Now we proceed to the question. The question is that the Presidium moves the re-election of the Ethics Committee. This is if there are no other candidates for office. The motion would encompass the re-election of the Honourable Sandra Nori as chair, the election of George Tan as secretary, and the election of Thomas Eriksson, Paul Eric Hoyer, Brian Nook, and Victoria Tomic as ordinary members, general members, and the election of a substitute, Anatol Kotau. Are there any further nominations? Seeing none, I call for a vote en bloc to re-elect the Ethics Committee. All those in favor, who is in favor of this motion, please raise your green cards. Who is opposed to this motion? 2, 4, 4. Abstentions? I beg your pardon?
I can answer that. When a person is a politician in Australia and they are ended their term as a politician, they retain the title of honourable. That's the reason.
In the British system, which was received into the former British colonies, cabinet ministers are appointed to what's called the Privy Council, which many years ago advised the king or the queen. Now, it is a question of whether or not they were a cabinet minister, but they continue to be privy councillors after they leave office, after they leave the legislature, after they leave politics. It is a lifetime appointment unless it is specifically revoked, and it is almost never revoked. So that is the longer answer. I see Mr. Polivka, but we've disposed of those two questions. Thank you. Mr. Polivka is asking for a motion of information, which is in order.
So I only want to know about Anatoly Kotov because he's from Belarus and maybe he's like, I don't know, maybe he is working for Belarusian government or Belarusian ministry. So I have no information. Please, can you give me this information about this person?
Well, I can't. I'm a little surprised that you did not ask the question when we were hearing the motion. I asked for any debate or any nominations for further elections, and I heard nothing. Would Sandra Nori like to comment? No. Okay, I'm sorry, I cannot answer that question, but I undertake to find out and to reply to you by the end of the month. Thank you. Dear delegates, I've been advised by the General Secretary that he's been informed that according to Swiss law, we must conduct an election in writing, even though we had an en bloc motion, to write in the names of the chair, the general members, and the substitute member, and also on this paper, the secretary. So will you please refer to your ballots for election of the WDSF Ethics Committee. The Ethics Committee is composed of 4 ordinary members, a substitute member, a chairperson, and a secretary. There is no paper here, there is no opportunity here to write the name of the secretary, but will you please write the name of the nominee for General Secretary? I will give you the names once more. Oh, I beg your pardon, they're
on the screen.
I beg your pardon, they're on the screen. So could you write these names in? This is a requirement of the civilian law system in Switzerland. And we are a Swiss federation, a Swiss corporation. Yes, write all the names, including the name of the secretary, which is not provided for on this ballot, but which is necessarily required. Yes, please.
Yeah.
You can add the name of the secretary below.
So you're just rewriting what's on the screen, if you agree.
Ladies and gentlemen, you should have a total of 7 names if you vote for all of the nominees for the Ethics Committee. Thank you. We have a box, and ordinarily we would walk around with the ballot box, but apparently it's suffered a little bit of injury, so we would ask delegates to come up to the front and put their ballots into the box. The scrutineers, please also attend.
So scrutineers, do you want to come up the front? Just to monitor the process, please.
Has everyone returned their ballot? Is there anyone else who has not cast his ballot? We've got one more coming. Anyone else? Or may the scrutineers begin the count? I see no one else. Thank you very much. I now surrender the chair temporarily to Mr. Tileni to proceed with other business while the scrutineers count the ballots. Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We are not going to waste time. We're going to continue being efficient. And by doing so, I'm going to ask if there's any miscellaneous new business. And then once the scrutineers have completed the vote, we will go back. I'll hand the chair back to Mr. Fraser for the Disciplinary Council elections. So, do we have any miscellaneous new business? I think it was Mr. Leekins, was it? Yes. And then I've got Mr. Vahim.
Please come to the microphone if you're going to speak, or line up, queue at the microphone to save time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Presidium, dear delegates, dear member bodies. As you all know, a lot has been talking about, we are organizing the World Championships breaking, which is very important for Belgium and also for the future of breaking, and we hope to make an excellent event. In the meantime, we also decided to do the World Championships for disco. And I would like to ask all the new member bodies which are interested to participate or to listen how it works. We are happy to share our knowledge, and we are happy to have you on our competition on the 5th of November. So please contact me if you have and you are interested to join. I'm happy to help you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Ukraine.
Good afternoon one more time, dear delegates, dear colleagues, dear friends from Dear Friends in Sport. So let me introduce myself one more time, and maybe this will be the last time during this AGM. I'm Alexei Vakhin, I'm delegate from Ukraine, I'm chair of our National Athletes Commission and a member of WDSF Legal Commission. So first of all, I would like to thank the WTF Presidium and the Spanish National Member Body for this opportunity to finally meet again in person and spend wonderful days in Spain to work for the bright future of our federation. Thank you very much one more time. You and I have discussed many topics over the past few days, but let me finally mention one more challenge facing the WDSF that I feel is an issue that we should raise. As we all know, the WDSF Presidium recently announced its continuing support for the IOC's March 28 recommendations. We kindly call on the WDSF Presidium to approach this process with all responsibility and understanding the fact that the absolute majority of European governments and a significant number of governments from all another continents oppose the admission of athletes from earlier banned Russia and Belarus. And moreover, almost the entire world press is very closely following the actions of Olympic International Sports Federation on this issue and mercilessly criticizes the permits to admit these athletes, which leads to significant reputational losses. Today, 26 international Olympic sports federations continue the ban of the mentioned athletes from participating in international competitions, which is the absolute majority at this moment. Another dimension of the same issue is the prohibition of many governments to compete on the same competition ground with athletes from the aggressor countries, as well as prohibition of such athletes from participating in any events on the territory of their countries. This requirement will be another insurmountable obstacle for many of us, because on the one hand, we want to be per diem members of the WDSF, and on the other hand, we cannot act against decisions of our national governments. Separately, I would like to remind you that paragraph 1 of the preamble of the Olympic Charter says, the goal of Olympism is to place sport at the service of harmonious development of mankind with a view to promoting a peaceful society concerned with the preservation of human dignity. Therefore, all athletes who in one way or another support the waging of aggressive wars in any corner of the world should be disqualified from competing regardless of which country they represent. One more time, I would like to shortly remind you, just 1 minute. I ask you, we had our motions withdrawn. I think I can 1 more minute more to speak.
1 minute.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like just to remind you a situation which happened in 1956 when Soviet Union has occupied Hungary. And they wanted to stay Hungary in the circle of the interests of the Soviet Union. And just several months later, there were Olympic Games in Montreal, and there was skate which was called blood in the pool, when one of Soviet athletes pushed the eye of Hungarian athlete, and all the pool was in blood. What I strongly don't want to see is blood on the dance floor and on the white shirts of athletes. Thank you very much for your time and for your attention, and I'm sure that together we will make dance sport standard Atlantean to the medal program of the Olympic Games. Thank you very much one more time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Sorry, you've got another item of new business, Mr. Yep. At the scrutineers, are you still going? They're still going. Yep, please. Mr. Richards.
Thank you. Those of you that attended the forum yesterday, you learned something that I learned, which is the WDSF does not have a safe sport policy. We have a safe sport officer, that's the right title, safeguard officer maybe, but we didn't have a policy. We have a policy that was written. Apparently, back in Lausanne, it was presented, and the way I understood it, it's been inside of either the disciplinary council or the legal commission in being handled. I'm very concerned that we go to the Olympic Games next year and we don't have a safe sport policy, which I believe all of our national Olympic committees would require. So is that going to be accelerated and presented soon? That's my new business concern.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Richards. I am a bit confused. It's taken a number of months to actually put the policy together. There's been a number of drafts already of the policy. The safeguarding officer has been working with the IOC backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards. So the policy is being developed, and in fact we're at the final draft stage now, and I believe, I'm not sure, is it finished or it's still the final review?
It's still in the review stage.
And do you have a rough timeline as to when that'll be completed?
The end of June.
So in fact, by the end of this month, you'll have a detailed policy which complies to the IOC requirements and which has been developed with Isabel Tay and the IOC specialists. So no, there is no risk of going to the Olympic Games in Paris with no policy. Thank you. Are there any other items of new business? Yes? Please, come up. Delegate from Taipei, yeah? Chinese Taipei, thank you.
Hello, dear President, delegate and guests. My name is Yan Minpan. I'm from Chinese Taipei. Now I'm the General Secretary. Sorry, my English is not so good, so I need to read. Okay, I want to show some good effort to develop dance sport in Chinese Taipei. First is about the breaking. Okay, as we know, breaking start to join WDSF family when it was included in Youth Olympic again. And before that time, there's in Chinese Taipei, we have already many good group already have, and they can hold the event on their own. Okay, like Bo Jun, he is already a world famous dancer and competition organizer. And for our federation, it's very hard to manage by ourselves because breaking is not our professional originally, because we are Latin and standard dancer. So on that time we asked Bo Jun to invite all the good group in Chinese Taipei and to become our member. Then so this member they can nominate delegate to be our breaking committee member. Okay, so on that time, Bo Jun is our first chairperson of the breaking committee. He helped a lot, and after breaking into the Paris, Bo Jun is become more and more busy, so he cannot still help us. But we help them to make a system and to make a rule of the committee. So now they can cooperate together very well, and they can have their fund and independent subsidy from the government. So
I think you need to finish. You're over time.
Okay, thank you. So if anyone need some information, you can. We are glad to share this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, obviously, in different countries, there are different relationships. And I believe that what should happen is, I imagine all of us in this room have different relationships with different breaking communities. It is not the same. This is a very difficult problem, but I have no doubt that if you work cooperatively and work together, as Dr. Bach said, we have a solution. But it's difficult for a meeting like this to be discussing the intricacies of a national members body's relationship with the breaking community. Is there somebody who wants to comment on this, or are we happy to continue? We're continuing. Okay, thank you very much, dear all. Okay, all right. We actually are waiting still on the scrutineers. 1 minute. Okay, they want us to wait. So let's have some background music. What do you think?
I would suggest something else, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, okay.
Yes. One thing I always like to do at competitions when things are delayed, or at any other time in dance sport gatherings, I would ask each of you to turn to someone who you have not met yet and say hello and shake hands and make a new friend in dance sport. Find somebody you don't know.
let you know, ladies and gentlemen, we only have one agenda item left. So look, we can finish and then we can go have a drink and we can have some coffee and we can have some talk amongst friends, all right? So we've only got this result and then one more item on the agenda and we are done. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back to the meeting. We have a result, and then we've only got one item left. And then once that item is done, we can have a cup of coffee, and the scrutineers can continue the vote counting on the on the disciplinary committee. Okay, and so we're going to have a coffee break. So do not leave. The motion is not. Do not leave. So the results of the ethics committee, I believe I'm going to hand back to Mr. Fraser as chair, and Mr. Fraser will handle it from here.
Yeah, where are the scrutineers? They've disappeared.
Sorry, can we have the scrutineers again?
Yeah, yeah.
We do have a result.
Yes. Where's the other scrutineer? There's 4 of them. There we go. Thank you.
Where's the 4th?
Thank you very much. Where's the 4th scrutineer? Here he comes. I ask the scrutineers to turn and face the meeting and answer the following questions. Have you counted all the ballots? Did you count them honestly and fairly? And have you agreed on the total? Yes. Well then, will you, Anna, please come to the microphone and announce the totals? Thank you. Thank you to the other scrutineers.
Thank you, dear colleagues, for teamwork. So, the Honorable Sandra Nori has 112 votes. The Secretary George Tan has 114 votes. Thomas Eriksson, 110. Paul Eric Hoyer, 110. Brian Nook, 109. Victoria Tomic, 104. Anatol Kotang, 85. And 12 bailouts we found be spoiled.
Pardon me? 12 spoiled ballots.
Yes.
Thank you very much to the scrutineers. We will be asking you to go to work again shortly. I declare those candidates to be elected, and I note that all of them have previously given their consent in writing to election, so we do not need to ask them to stand to tell us that they accept election. We now proceed to item 40 on the agenda, the motion of urgency to conduct the elections of the Disciplinary Council. It's a similar procedure. The Presidium moves that the meeting approve this motion of urgency. Is there any discussion, or may I move directly to taking the vote on this motion of urgency? I hear no discussion, so I call the vote. Who is in favor of this motion? Please raise your green cards. Thank you. Who is opposed to this motion? 2, 4, 5, no, 6, 8. 8 votes against and abstentions. I don't see any abstentions. The motion clearly carries by a 2/3 majority. Thank you. We will now proceed to the motion regarding the elections of the WDSF Disciplinary Council. An election must be held to elect these members every 4 years. There is in the council, according to the code of the Disciplinary Council, a chair, 2 vice presidents, and 6 general members. We now have candidates, pardon me, who have accepted nomination for all of those positions. They are the Honourable Judge Michael Shelton from the United Kingdom, Mr. Jens Grunai, Mr. Horia, Mr. Belenki, Mr. Habib Ramtullah, Mr. Kano, Mr. Makarov, Ms. Selma Banani from Morocco, and Ms. Magdalena Karnowska from Poland. Are there any further nominations? Yes? Yes, please come to the microphone.
Hello, everybody. My name is Marina Kraševac-Barišić. I am General Secretary of Croatian DanceSport Federation. And on behalf of the Croatian DanceSport Federation, I would like to point out that we have submitted a candidacy of Dr. Antun Marki from Croatia, who has served as an ordinary member of the Disciplinary Council for many years and would like to continue to serve as an ordinary member of Disciplinary Council. This candidacy has been submitted to the WDSF office, and the reception of the candidacy has been affirmed.
Thank you. Then Dr. Markey is also nominated. Are there any further nominations? I believe you have all of the nominations on the screen, plus Dr. Antun Markey. No? Is there a further nomination? Are there any further nominations? Thank you very much. Then I ask you to take your ballot and complete it according to the system that we just used for the Ethics Committee. Each of you has ballots. Please write in the names of the candidates whom you wish to elect. Remember, we must elect a chair, 2 vice presidents, and 6 general members. Yes, question? Yeah, it's coming. Markey is spelled M-A-R-K-I. Oh, I'm sure, yes. But, yeah. Sorry, I was told that all of the names are there. I can't see the screen from here, so I was informed that the names... No, it's not working. It's black. You can see. But the candidate whose name was just mentioned is Antun Markey, M-A-R-K-I. Come forward to supervise the depositing of the ballots in the ballot box. technicians,
names
please
to
put
the
the
screen.
name. Please return the names to the screen. Please do not turn off the names on the screen. Now calling for the depositing of all ballots. If you have not deposited your ballot yet, if you have not cast your ballot yet, please bring it immediately to the scrutineers and place it in the ballot box. I call a second time for the casting of all remaining ballots. If you have not completed your ballot, please complete it and bring it to the ballot box. I call a third and final time for the depositing of all remaining ballots in the ballot box. Seeing no one further coming forward, I declare the balloting is closed, and I ask the scrutineers to proceed with the count. Then I will turn the meeting over temporarily to Mr. Taleni.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser, for handing back the chair. Whilst we're waiting, the scrutineers are obviously handling the results. We are shortly going to go to a break, but we have an opportunity to hear from Max from the Breaking Event Management Team in relation to developments with the breaking. Max, would you like to come up now? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Max Oliveira, and I'm going to talk in the behalf of the Managing Breaking Committee. And first of all, I want to say how pleased and privileged we feel from being able to talk yesterday at this AGM. For us, it's a very important and big step. But most of all, and the reason why I'm here right now, it's to say that we are all in the same boat, all towards the same direction. We want to work together with everyone. We want to build together. That's what we're here for. And I want to invite everyone to feel free to place any questions, to clarify any doubts related to breaking, related to how breaking community can build up and empower NMBs, WSF, and vice versa. We want to exchange knowledge. We learned a lot today. We learned a lot these days. Thank you, WSF. Thank you, NMBs. Thank you to everyone that addressed direct questions. Feel free on a personal or formal way to address to us any questions that can allow the dance sport and the breaking to grow and to become better every day. Thank you to the Federación de España. And also, I want to say that we want to invite everyone to be present at the World Series we're doing in Portugal with our national member body in the next August, day 30 and 31. So thank you so much, everyone, for listening to us and welcome us. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Now, we are going to have a break so that the scrutineers can finish counting. The meeting is not over, and we still need to do the formal farewells and thank yous. So although there's not much of the agenda left, it's just declaring the vote and the election, we still need you to stay. So if you want, you can stay in the room until the scrutineers are complete, or if you want, you can now go next door and grab a coffee. So we'll let you know as soon as the scrutineers are finished, but please, we must have you back. Do not leave. We must have you back to formally close the meeting. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Fraser is heading back to the chair, and then we can announce the results and go through the final formal things to close the meeting. Thank you.
Just announce the totals, and then I'll declare. I'll make the declaration.
You announce the totals for
Yeah.
all the candidates.
Yeah, all the candidates, yeah. Dear delegates, thank you very much for your return and your attention. We're nearly finished. We now resume the election of the Disciplinary Council, so I resume the chair according to your vote. The scrutineers have advised me that they are ready. I ask the scrutineers again to face the meeting and answer the following questions. Scrutineers, have you counted all the ballots? Did you agree on the count? And did you count the ballots fairly and honestly? Then will Anna please go to the podium and announce the totals? Mm-hmm.
Ladies and gentlemen, so Michael Shelton, total votes 110. Jens Grundy, 111. Fulika Horia, 93. Alexander Makarov, 90. Habib Atala, 93. Magdalena Zamachka Kaptur, 98. Roberto Cano, 95. Selma Binani, 90. Lior Belenki, 91. And Anton Marki, 56. 8 ballots were spoiled.
Sorry, could you please give me the total for Karnoska again?
For who?
For Magdalena Karnoska.
98.
98?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please apologize if I misspelled someone's name.
No. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I declare that according to the report of the scrutineers and the DC Disciplinary Code, the election of the chair is the Honorable Judge Michael Shelton. The election of the vice presidents are Grundy and Horia, and the elections of the ordinary members are Belenki, Habib, Kano, Makarov, Benani, and Karnoska. We thank all candidates for standing. Will you please give an ovation for the candidates, all of them? Thank you. Thank you. There is one more item to take care of when we have elections. We need a motion to destroy the ballots, and I understand that there is such a motion from the delegate from Romania, Mr. Gavrila, and you can make the motion from there. Is that your motion? Yes. Thank you. He has made a motion to destroy the ballots. That motion is before you, ladies and gentlemen. We do this to ensure that ballots are not kept unnecessarily and to preserve the secrecy of the ballot. Is there any debate on that motion? Hearing none, I call the question. Who is in favor of destroying the ballots? Please raise your green cards. Thank you. Who is opposed to this motion? None. Are there any abstentions? 2 abstentions. 4. I counted 4 abstentions. The motion carries. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your cooperation with me as the temporary chair of the meeting and throughout the day. I haven't been at my best today because of my allergies, not because I went diving yesterday. But anyways, I appreciate your kind indulgence of me and your support for me as chairman of this part of the meeting. Thank you. I now return the chair to Mr. Tileni.
Thank you very much, dear delegates, dear all. I would like to sincerely once again thank Mr. Luis Vaño and the Spanish DanceSport Federation for hosting this AGM, and I also extend our sincere thanks to Mr. Alejandro Blanco, the President of the Spanish National Olympic Committee, for allowing us yesterday to use their amazing facilities for the WDSF Forum presentations. I am also delighted to confirm that we're now opening applications for the hosting of the 2024 WDSF Annual General Meeting. So please, if you would like to host the next Annual General Meeting, the applications are open. Is there something, Sergey, you want to add about the applications?
Yes, I would like to thank especially and maybe a round of applause to the Spanish Federation for such organization. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I confirm that we will actually be returning to these rooms at 8 p.m. for the WDSF farewell dinner. Dress code is business casual again. So, on behalf of the Presidium, on behalf of you, all the delegates, I would like to thank you all sincerely for your very professional approach today and yesterday at the Forum to make both events a huge success. We wish you all the best, and let's make it happen for breaking in LA 28. And now I officially adjourn the 2023 WDSF Annual General Meeting. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If I could just have the Presidium, we traditionally have a photo at the end of every meeting. So Presidium, if you'd like to please just come to the front probably and we'll have a photo. If anyone else wants to have a photo, you're welcome. But we just need an official photo for the Presidium, all right? Thank you.